everyone.
What's good, gang? Hello? All right, my name is Kai. I'm a rising junior at Columbia University.
And my name is Nia Katarina. I'm a rising sophomore at the University of Pennsylvania. Whoa. Hello. Oh, sorry. My name is Nia Katarina. I'm a rising. I cannot rise, y'all. Hello. Sorry. My bad. I'm Nia. I'm Nia. I'm a rising sophomore at University of Pennsylvania, and we'll be MCs for today and tomorrow.
All
So
right.
we hope you guys are as excited as we are, and especially to those who are tuning in live online. Thank you so much for being here, and we hope you guys are just as excited as we are. So Kai, what's USAPPS?
All right, here's a little quick introduction about USAPPS. USAPPS is a non-profit organization that aims to inform Malaysian students about US education by conducting annual workshops around Malaysia. The annual workshops feature students facilitators representing every region in America and university admission interviewers from various universities.
I think we should better invite the Dream Team core members to better explain what USAPPS is all about. They've been working tirelessly on many sleepless nights to make this event come true. So put your hands together for Asif from Brown, Ellison from Dresden, Ayman from University of Tulsa, and Raja and Wafi from Wharton. Unfortunately, not everyone can make it, so I shall invite Asif, Raja, and Ellison to speak up.
Thank you, Nia. Hi guys, how are you guys doing today? My name is Asif. I'm a rising sophomore at Brown University, and we have our core committees on my right and my left. Raja, please introduce yourself.
Morning, everyone. My name is Raja, currently a rising junior/senior at the Wharton School of University of Pennsylvania. Pass it on to Ellison.
Hi everyone, nice to meet you. I am Allison, and I'm a rising sophomore at Drexel University.
And we are all of your core committee of USAPPS 2024. We want to be the first ones to welcome you guys to USAPPS 2024. We want to firstly thank our partners, NAMSA, and also Taylor's, and NAMSA, Taylor's, and Education USA. And we want to thank you guys for choosing to spend your weekend in Taylor's. And yeah, so thank you guys. And before we go to the next slide, we want to kind of get to know you. So Raja, go ahead.
Yeah, so we wanted to get a feel for the room and then see where everyone is from. So could I first ask who are the backbones of all these kids? Are there any parents in the crowd? Yeah. Thank you, Uncle. And I see a few at the back, so shout out to the parents.
Parents at home.
Yeah. What about the current IB surviving students? Anyone from IB? Raise your hands.
Woo.
Raja, behind you, Raja.
Yes, there's not many surviving. Anyone from KY UEM? Oh,
yeah.
Big group. Anyone not from KY UEM? Yeah, you guys are better. Joking. Okay, so I'm gonna ask some people some questions. So if anyone wants to start, take my first question. Who wants to volunteer? This is very simple. Would you care to? No?
I think we can pick on people, Raja.
Yeah. Question. Sorry. If you could describe the US in 3 words, what would it be? Do you want to go?
Working.
Test.
Yeah. Hi. Yes. I think I would describe US as innovative, exciting, and tumultuous.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice one.
Test. Thank you. Those are very, actually, for anyone everyone's apparently very keen to apply to the US, that's a very accurate description of where we study. Does any student want to take the charge in terms of answering? What are the 3 words to describe the US? Who like to? No thanks. Who would want to thank me for?
Anyone from
Okay.
this side?
No? You want to try? 3 words?
Hello. All right. So do we so hi everyone. My name is Zainatul. I'm from Intech Education College. So I think I would describe you as in 3 words as controversial. I'm so sorry. And then carefree and also creative. Yeah.
Yep. Perfect. So, back to you.
Okay, now I have a question for you. What is your dream US? Would anyone want to answer that? Anyone?
Alison, I think it's best to just pick on someone right now.
Would you like to answer? Come on, I'm.
Test. Hello. My dream school would be Stanford.
Ooh.
Nice one. You like.
So luckily for today, we have around we have around 30 plus universities represented amongst our team. So including Stanford. So luckily for you guys today, you guys can proactively engage with the FASCIs, try to network and connect with them. So yeah, we are proud to say that we're representing over 30 plus universities. I think it's a record for USAPPS, I believe. JC, you can validate that for me. So yeah, so be proactive today. During break or lunch, try to pull one of the FASCIs out and try to talk to them about universities if you guys want, because essentially today is just not a lecture. It's also a networking session for you guys to get to know what universities suit you guys and how to apply to them, right? So getting to the nitty-gritty of today's itinerary. So firstly, we have one keynote session. So we have Sophia Aliza, who will be speaking in the keynote session. Can you give her a round of applause, please? Which is also moderated by Dr. Ong. And we also offer 2 panel discussions and 3 informational sessions. And by the end of day 1, we have a fun activity, which is the US University Trivia Challenge. This is where you guys can have a chance to win our USAPPS merch. And then after that, we have our family group sessions. So at the end, so looking at your stickers, your color stickers, you guys will be separated into 6 groups. And you guys will be going to 6 ADP classrooms. And then we have our FASCIs leading that group discussion for you guys to kind of like ask questions to the FASCIs and get some like unanswered questions. Have you guys, it's basically like a Q&A session lah. So, and then after that, we have 2 sessions that are happening concurrently, which is the major booths and also the essay review session. So for the major booths, it will be right by the staircase that we're going down the ADB classrooms, is right by that table on the walkway. And then we have our essay review workshop, which is going to be held in LT1. So lecture theatre 1 would be all the way to the left there. So if you guys have submitted your essays, we will at the end, we will allocate you to FASCI to kind of review your essays. I'm also surprised that some people actually have a full draft at the moment, but it's okay, guys. Don't worry about your draft of your personal statement. I started really late, so just saying, everything will work well in the end. All right. So I will pass it back to the MCs. So thank you guys and have fun for today.
Let's go.
Mic check. Hello?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much to the core team.
Hey Kai, do you hear about the girl who got into 5 Ivies and Stanford?
Wait, who the hell?
Yeah, bro, she's actually a legend, and she's gonna be right here with us in this hall today, so look out for her. And better yet, she published a book, I heard.
Yeah, Gayuan, no, I read her book actually. You all don't want to miss out on this. She included her essays that got her all of the crazy offers that you would most definitely want to get your hands on them. I heard numbers of the books are limited, so you all better hurry. With that being said, let us introduce our first round of speaker, Lim Soo Ping from UT Austin, and Hidayah from UW-Madison.
Put your hands together for our first amazing speakers. Hi. Hi, everyone. How are you guys doing today? You want to try? Sorry. Okay. Yep, it's working. All right. Okay, again, how are you guys doing today? Is it fine? Is everyone okay? Good, good. Can I see a thumbs up? All right. Okay. Here we are with the first lot, and my name is Nur Hidayah Miturastam, and I am a rising senior in UW-Madison, University of Wisconsin-Madison, and this is my presentation partner, Suping, from UT Austin. And a bit about me. Yep, I'm a rising senior, and I'm currently enjoying my summer vacation, and I'm currently majoring in sociology with concentration in analytic research. It's a bit long, but technically it's just statistical research, and I'm currently in academia track with a minor in data science and also consulting. And my interest is just, yeah, you can see there I'm just casually paragliding. I love traveling, and then I love cats, and I'm a bit fairy tale delulu, and yeah, that's all about me. And we go to Suping. Go ahead.
So, hi everyone, my name is Suping, and I'm actually an incoming freshman at UT Austin. I'm actually flying to Austin in a couple of days, and I'm super, super excited. So I'll be majoring in economics, but it might change in the future, I think, because I probably want to do accounting more than economics. But just a little bit about me, I really love stand-up comedy. So Trevor Noah, Hassan Minhaj, those are my favorite stand-up comedians. And yeah, I love traveling, a little bit of racket sports, and volunteering is a really, really big part of my identity. Yeah, and fun fact, I completed A-levels last year at Help Academy. Yeah, so I'll be explaining about US Education 101 and the types of US schools, and then I'll be passing the floor to Hidayah, where she'll be explaining about what makes the US so special. So yeah, just a question here. So college, university, and schools are different terms and each have different meaning in the States. So what do you guys think? Yes or no? Anyone? Do you think it's a yes or is it a no? Yes?
Hands up if you think it's yes.
Hands up. Okay,
Okay,
what about
and
no's?
so the rest is no or unsure? Okay, all right, and the answer is?
No, the answer is no. And why is it a no? I believe in Malaysia or in the UK in general, we use college to refer to pre-university programs like your A-levels, your IB, but in the US, they generally mean the same thing, and people usually ask, where do you go to school more than where do you go to university? Yeah, so moving on. I'll be explaining some common terms here, so I guess some of you might already know this, or some of you might not. But yeah, so I'll go through them quickly. So freshman means first year student in their undergrad. Sophomore means second year, junior, third year, and senior, fourth year. So another question here, does anyone know what do you refer to as someone who's in their fifth year of undergrad? We actually have a term for it, so anyone? Any ideas? No? No ideas? Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, super senior, correct. Good job, yeah. So we call them a super senior, and okay. So we use rising with sophomore, junior, and senior. So what does it mean? So for example, rising junior means a student who will become a junior in the upcoming academic year. And we use incoming with freshmen. So I'm an incoming freshman, meaning I will start UT Austin soon as an undergrad. And undergrad means bachelor's degree, and postgraduate tends to refer to master's and PhD programs. First generation, I think this term might be relatively new to all of you. So what does it mean if you identify as a first generation? So as a first generation, it typically means that you are the first person in your family to attend university. And if you do identify as one, there are actually a lot of scholarships for first generation students in the States. So do check out on that if you are a first gen. And school of, for example, school of business, so it means like a division who specializes in a specific field. And in this case, this example, it's business. So moving on, next slide. Okay, academic year. So in general, the US, we follow two systems. So you have like a semester system and a quarter system. I guess a lot of you here are more familiar with the semester system and not too familiar with the quarter system. But I'll be explaining them, so do not worry. So a semester system runs from August to May, and it divides the academic year into two main terms. So you have your fall term and a spring term, and summer is usually when you have your summer break, but you also can take like summer classes if you want, and each term lasts about 15 to 16 weeks, and some schools that use a semester system are like NYU, Harvard, Yale, UC Berkeley. So moving on to quarter system. A quarter system starts from September to June, and it divides the academic year into 4 terms. So you have a fall, winter, spring, and summer term, and each term lasts about 11 to 12 weeks. So people under the quarter system tend to take more classes per year, but each class generally covers less material per term because the term is shorter than the semester term. So some notable examples of school that uses the quarter system is, Caltech, Stanford, UCLA, UWash. So moving on.
All right, I'll be taking over here to explain about one of the hottest questions in the US education, which is, what is the difference between a major and a minor? So in this case, we have two biggest core in the States, which is, sorry, I'm not sure what just happened. Yeah, okay. But I'll just try to explain it in real quick. So what does a major mean? Major is basically your main specialization, but a minor is your secondary specialization. So for a major, you usually have around 30 to 60 credits, but for a minor, it only requires you half of the major. And for a major, it can grant you for OPT, which means optical practical training, or essentially it's just internship, and visa extension. And I will explain to you guys about OPT and visa extension later on in the slide, so don't worry about that just yet. So just imagine a major and minor is if I have a glass with a different volume, you still learn to up to a certain volume, but the volume are different. Major are bigger and the minor is just smaller. So those are major and minor. And second hot questions. Double, triple major versus a dual degree. So a double or triple major is essentially, okay, now you see we have these two scroll. A double and triple major is essentially you earn 2 major, you learn 2 fields, but you earn 1 scroll, 1 degree scroll. But then if you do dual degree, you earn 2 separate degrees. You're gonna get 2 scrolls. And it's usually work in your advantage if you are trying to study something different. For example, if you want to become a chemical engineering and at the same time you want to be a nurse. So that's a 2 different things, then you're gonna get a different degree. And for a dual degree, you complete both field and school different university requirement for credits for graduation. But for your double or triple major, you will only complete your major, both majors requirement, but then just one university and your school of education or school of letters and science requirement. So it might get a bit confusing about all this requirement, which will be explained here. So if you see here in the course load, this is the 4 general division for credits for graduation. You have to understand that in each universities, it's different, but essentially it looks like this. So the first one is you have the general education or university requirement, which consists of you have to take classes for humanities, literature, biological sciences, physical sciences, and this usually just 3 to 6 credits for each of these categories. And then you have the general faculty or department requirement, which is if you're enrolled in School of Business, they're gonna have their own requirement and classes that, prerequisite classes that you have to take. But, Next is your major and minor requirements. So in your major, usually you're gonna have your core and then you're gonna have your breadth. So for example, I'm doing sociology, so I'm gonna have all the sociological concept and theory, and then after that I can branch out into, do I wanna learn more about social organization, or do I wanna learn more about sociology of law, sociology of family, or stuff like that. And then, one thing that people always miss, if you have all of this, you're not yet ready for graduation if you do not account for additional graduation requirements, which differ according to university. So, for example, you have to account for your minimum total credits taken in resident, which means that how many credits you take physically there, not like online classes. And then minimum credits in advanced classes, intermediate classes, and beginner classes. And then your minimum CGPA for graduation. These differ according to schools. So I hope that makes sense now for your differentiation between major and dual degree. And then for course load, you have classes that range from 1 to 4 units or credits, but usually we will just call it as a credit in the US. And then you will also have, for international students, this is very important, you have to maintain a 12 credits minimum to maintain your F1 visa and to maintain your full-time student status. So for summer, it differs according to universities. For UW-Madison, we doesn't have like a limit term, but for some university, you have to be enrolled for 6 credits. And you can do, fun stuff. Just have fun and enjoy, take some classes. And this is like a fun fact. In UW-Madison, there's a class dubbed as Clap for Credit. Who wanna guess what do we do in this class? Yeah. That's exactly what we did. We just watch musical performances, we clap, we get an A. I took that last semester, it was really fun. You just get to win and then you hear some classical music, and then at the end people are just bravo, and then you just leave. Yeah, and then you get an A. So take fun classes if you want. And here's how the FAQs about major and minor that I will answer soon in the slide, but I will just answer the fourth question, which is, how do I know if I have fulfilled my major or minor requirements? In most universities, you're gonna have this, which is major requirement audit system. It may sound different in all other universities, but essentially, this is like a online system that allows you to know whether you have completed all of this. As you can see, it's all green, because I'm graduating soon, so yeah, it's green because I already completed them. And yeah, so that's it about intro. I will pass back to Suping for the school type.
Okay, so back to me. Okay, so I'll be explaining about US school types. So just like in Malaysia, you have your UKM, USM, and you also have your like Taylor, Sunway, IMU, that sort of stuff. So in the US, it's also pretty similar. Okay, so there is a difference. Okay, yeah, so firstly, public universities. Pretty sure everyone is very familiar with this. So they're primarily funded by state governments, and they also receive federal funds, and they generally have lower tuition fee. However, I find this very subjective. I feel like it's very applicable to in-state students rather than us out-of-state and international students, because as out-of-state, I still have to pay quite a hefty sum of money, but it's still relatively cheaper in comparison to private universities, so that's why I categorize it as lower tuition. And they often have a bigger class size and with a very, very diverse student body, and this can be very competitive. And what I mean by this is it can be both competitive in an academic sense and a non-academic sense. And in the non-academic sense, for example, my school, UC Austin, we have about 50,000 students in total. And there's only like 15,000 on-campus housing spots. And even as a freshman myself, I applied pretty early for housing on campus, but I still did not manage to get an on-campus housing. So it can get quite competitive in that sense. And even joining student bodies and clubs, it can get quite competitive, because I heard like, in my school, you have to go through several interviews and coffee chats just to join a club that you like. However, in smaller schools like Brandeis, a private university, my senior said like she could join any club she wanted. And so if you attend a state university, it's usually 4 years, and after the 4 years, you obtain a bachelor's degree, and community college is about 2 years, and you will obtain an associate degree. And many people often go from community colleges, and they transfer to university, public, private, yeah. So yeah, this is something very, very special that I'm gonna introduce to all of you. So I just learned about this fairly recently, and it is an initiative done by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and it's only available in Texas. So I'm encouraging all of you to apply to Texas, okay? Yeah, I'm not endorsed by the Texas government, but yeah, just some biasness because I'm going to Texas. But yeah, so what is this competitive scholarship award? So upon receiving this award, you would just have to pay Texas tuition rate. So for example, my school, UT Austin, I think out of state, it's about $45,000 a year for international students. But if you do get this waiver, you just have to pay around $15,000 to $20,000 a year, which is equivalent to what your Texas friends are going to be paying. Yeah. So how you want to qualify for this competitive scholarship waiver? Firstly, you have to be a non-resident. All of us here are non-residents, so we qualify for it. And secondly, you need to win a competitive scholarship before you can get this waiver. So essentially, you have to get a scholarship first in order to qualify. And this scholarship must be an individual amount of $1,000 and above. So you can't combine multiple scholarships to get to qualify for this because they only take a single scholarship amount. And some schools have different requirements. So I know like Texas A&M, they require $3,000 and above. So you have to win a scholarship worth $3,000 and above in order to qualify for this waiver. So most public institutions in Texas do participate in this initiative, but it is not mandatory for them to participate in this initiative. But some of the notable institutions are UT Austin, UT Dallas, Texas A&M, and University of North Texas. So upon receiving this award, you can just pay resident rate for up to 12 months. And if you would like to receive this waiver again the following year, you would just have to win another scholarship again and apply again. Yeah, so how you want to apply, you just have to contact your institution's admission office or financial aid office. Yeah. It actually sounds really simple to get this scholarship, right? But it is actually notoriously hard to get this waiver because they have like a quota and everything. So don't get your expectations high, but do apply if you ever come to Texas to study. So if you have any more questions about this scholarship scheme, you can contact me personally or reach out to me, or you can go to participating schools website, or you can just visit Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to get that pamphlet right there. So moving on, private universities. So private universities are funded through tuition, donations, and endowments, and they typically have higher tuition rates. However, they may offer quite a substantial amount of financial aid. For example, I know Harvard, Yale, they do offer quite a lot of scholarships for us international students. Okay, so you have generally a smaller student ratio in comparison to public universities, and they offer specialized or unique programs not found in public institutions because they receive little to no funding from the government, and they can do whatever they want, essentially. So Ivy Leagues. How many of you here want to go to an Ivy League? Raise up your hands. Who? Okay, which one do you want to go? Harvard, okay, there we go. Good job. Okay. So everyone here, I assume you have fantasized or romanticized about attending an Ivy League? Yeah, but do you know how they are formed? So basically, to put it in simple terms, they started off as an athletic conference, and they decided to form this mini football gang of these 8 schools, and they decided to just cap it there, okay? So they didn't want to invite anyone else. They didn't want to invite Stanford. They didn't want to invite Duke. So that's about it, okay? That's how the Ivy League came about. But yeah, liberal arts education, it's very, very unique to the States. So they emphasize on undergraduate programs, and they provide education in humanities, social science, and natural science, and arts. So in liberal arts colleges, they actually focus more on teaching rather than research. Yeah, and they have smaller class size. Okay, so over here, there are some notable institutions of liberal arts colleges, and they're actually quite hard to get in. Yeah, the acceptance rates are quite low. But now I'll be moving on to Hidayah, and she will explain about what makes the US special.
All right, now we get into the third part, which is why do you actually want to go to the US? Okay, so the first point, we have flexible curriculum in the US. So as I said before, majors, I didn't say it, I'm sorry. So majors only need to be declared in your sophomore year, which is your second year. So no rush, you can declare it early, but why would you? You can still explore. So if you want, then you can declare, but then if you don't, then it's fine. But if you already declared, like me, I declared in a few majors, but then I just retract it back, and it's as simple as that. So no life loss here. And then, as long as you are on track, then you are fine. And it works as well for your minor. And minor is not mandatory, but if you want to do it, then you do it. If you don't, then you don't. If you want to do another major, then it's also fine. And in the US, you also have unrestricted elective, which means that this is like a fantastic opportunity for you to actually learn something new. Just if you actually want to do like a second major, but you're not quite sure, you can just take some classes and then you can see whether you like it and go forward from there. And remember this course load chart that I showed you previously? So now let's calculate. If you have like 128 total credits for graduation, then you minus it with example, 48 credits for major, and then you do, maybe you do another one minor, and then you minus it with like 16 credit. And then that's gonna leave you with 64 credits, and you can take that credits to do whatever you want. But you have to careful here, because I said the remaining free credits include general university requirement, like humanities, liberal arts, and stuff like that you still have to be accounted for. But after you deduct that, you might get another like 15 credits, and you can fill it up with a minor if you want. Okay. And more about flexible curriculum, I think this is like something that has been growing after post-pandemic. So what happened is, in pandemic, we take all online classes, but then after pandemic, they kind of like preserve some of the online classes element. So you can take like a limit of certain credits for you to take during the semester, and this does differ according to institution. But it is very convenient for you to fill up like easy classes that you don't want to be taking for the whole semester. And they also have flexible scheduling, which means that other than you're limited by your prerequisite, for example, if you want to take class Calculus 2, you have to take class Calculus 1 first. So only limited to that, scheduling, your limit is just the sky. So you can take whatever classes that you want at whatever semester, but it can get really stressful because I'm still currently like trying to schedule my semester for the fall, and it's really stressful. You just fight with everyone, and then you don't know what to take, and then you just feel like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, and then in the end you just drop everything. So that's a very, very, very usual dilemma and struggle. And then class enrollment usually done in rolling system to avoid like spaces filling up quickly. What does that mean? It just mean that you have your own like reserved slot and spot, and then you enroll at that time, and then you don't have to compete with 50,000 people one at the same time. They're gonna crash the website in that case. Okay. And then, second thing, in the US, the learning style is very holistic and assignment-based. But caution that this can really differ according to whether you are in STEM major or non-STEM major. Being like a STEM major, being a non-STEM major and also doing a minor in a STEM area, it does really differ. So you have abundance of extra credit for opportunities to improve yourself, but a consistent effort is required for the whole time in the whole semester, because actually, if you mess up one thing, you can recover it, but it's really like, a long run process of trying to recover yourself from that bleed. So here, I took a liberty to actually provide you with like the sample cost grading breakdown. And being a senior, I kind of like trying to separate it between like a STEM and non-STEM to just give you like an overview, but this can differ according to universities, so please pay heed to that. But the main point that you have to take care of here is, if you're doing STEM, then you're gonna face a lot of exams and quizzes. So over there, you get to see that you have like weekly quizzes, you have lab reports and assignment, you have midterm and exams, and all of that are exams that you have to go in person, and then you have this Cantron, and then you just use pencil and answer A, B, C, D. But for non-STEM majors, it's very paper and class participation based. You can see here that in STEM, they don't even have attendance because people don't go to classes at all. So you just, for non-STEM, you have to go to class because you are participation based. You have to like, oh, I think this is all about yada, yada, yada. So that gives you marks. So those are like the main difference. And the most important part that I want to emphasize here is that in STEM classes, at least in Midwest area that I know of, is the classes are usually curved to the class average. The grades of the classes are usually curved. But then for the non-STEM major, the classes are not curved. What do I mean by curved classes? Is that in the grading system in the US, so for example, you need to have like 93 over 100 to get an A. But then if your class use the curve system, it means that your grade is relative to your classmates. So if your classmate do well, then you're gonna do well. But if your classmate do well, but you don't do well, you're not gonna do well. But if your classmate did bad, and you did bad, you do well. Yeah, that's the math. So, oops, sorry. And a bit more about grading system that you have to be careful of is that I realized this when I'm already there. So Grading system is based by CGPA with 4.0 scale, but it differs according to institution. What I mean here by competitive grading versus regular grading is just like a term that I coin off. It's not like something that is official. It's just, if you go to some school, like UW-Madison, if you get an A, you get 4.0. You go to, for example, Ohio State, you get A, you get 4.0. But if you go to UW-Madison, you get A minus, you get 3.5. But in Ohio State, you get 3.75. So your cumulative GPA is really dependent towards this quality point, and this is one thing that you have to be, aware of. Just if you want to go to competitive school, then this might be thing that you might have to face. Okay, and next is transferring school. So this is one of the, I screenshot this from, wait, what's the movie?
To all the boys.
Yeah, to all the boys that I've loved before. This is like the third installment. So yeah, she didn't get into Stanford, but her boyfriend did get into Stanford, and then they were like sad, and then eventually her boyfriend was like, oh, you can just transfer it after your freshman year. So what does that mean? That means that if Cornell is your dream university, but you get rejected as in your first try as a freshman, it's okay, apply again as a transfer student, but it's gonna be a bit more expensive, and then it's gonna take you just redoing your application again. So the beauty of learning is to keep on growing. If you want to change school every semester, do it. I have a few friends who change school every semester, and they had a lot of fun. So if you're someone who, because contrary to Malaysia, usually if you just enroll in one university, then you're gonna stay there for the whole 4 years. But in the States, you get the liberty to change school if you don't really like the school you're in. So that's the beauty of it. But the first thing that you have to make sure when you're trying to transfer school is to ensure that your credits from the current institution that you are in applies and transferable to the next school. So if it's not transferable, then you're gonna have to start all over again. Okay? That's very important. Okay. Wind down. Quiz. Most colleges require senior thesis as part of graduation requirement, which is, you can think of it as FYP in Malaysia. Yes or no? Can I see some hand for yes? I think it's a bit unfair because you saw my slide just now. Yeah. So the answer is no. So senior thesis is not required as part of graduation, but it depends on your course. For example, I'm doing concentration in analytic research. So I have to do senior thesis. I don't have any choice. So it depends on your major. But I want to introduce you to undergraduate research as one of the best things that you can do in the US. What is research? Basically, you just learn about something very extensively, obsessively, really. You have to be really obsessive if you want to be a researcher. You have to question every little things. That is what it meant to be a researcher. And do you have to do your research? No, you don't have to. But if you want, why not? You get the chance to actually mingle with like a professor who actually wrote your textbook. You get a chance to actually publish your own paper in the journal. So it's good, nothing lost here. And when do you start? If this is something that you want, you don't have to start right away in freshman year. But in some universities, they do offer like undergraduate research scholarship program, and you can actually get into like a research-based area within your freshman year. But in some of the university, they don't have that, especially if they don't specialize in research. But you can do it maybe in junior year or in senior year. It's not too late for anything. So plan ahead, but if you don't want to, then it's fine. And yeah, this is just some snippet over my work in the US. So it's been 3 years in the research, so I've done a lot of it, and then it stresses me out, but it's still fun. And you see there's like tiny Kuala Lumpur over there in my research. Yeah, go Malaysia. Okay, next is fifth, I don't remember, point is study abroad. So why am I going to study abroad when I'm already abroad? So because you can. Why not? Go for it, baby. Because in most of the schools, you have the schools allow students to spend 1 to 2 semesters to study in their affiliate universities. For example, in NYU, they have a lot of campuses across the world that they just we are partners, so I want to send my students over there. So if you want, then you can go there. And programs to spend a summer abroad is also famous, where students usually do the summer internship abroad, internship abroad in Paris, internship abroad in Washington, or something like that. So yeah, it's fun. But note, you still have to be paying for your own tuition fee. It's not like they pay for you unless you apply and receive a scholarship from your institution to go study abroad. So, quiz. Is internship required to graduate in most schools? Yes, hands for yes. Hence for no. Okay. Y'all are smart. It's no. Yeah. So, internship. Most of you guys will be going as F1 visa. So I'm not sure if some of you are going for J1, and I'm not really sure how to answer the question for J1 because I went for F1. So F1 students must be enrolled in full-time for a year before being eligible for internship. So we have two, CPT and OPT. What is CPT? CPT is curricular practical training, and OPT is optional practical training. The main difference between these two are CPT, you're doing it during your study. But OPT, you're doing it after your study. When you have already graduated, you already received your scrolls. So the main difference is that CPT, you need to have job offer first before you apply. But for OPT, you don't have to have a job offer before you apply. And OPT is just basically a way for you to extend your visa for another year, just to stay in the States. And people do this because they want to work in the States, but it's hard. So you do OPT first, and then you plan for your future in that 1 year with a crunch of stress. So if you want to do that, then you can do that. And if you want to do CPT, then CPT is an option for you to do like maybe a semester or 2 semesters during your study, during your 4-year study, to do like a internship if you get an offer. Okay. And then, this is one of the best part too, which is part-time jobs, which is, it's very flexible. It also have a lot of rooms for improvements, but you can become like a barista. I'm also a barista. I'm also a data analyst in the States for part-time. And then you can become a museum curator. You can do catering, dining hall services, and all for $13 to $18 per hour. And your status in the state would be non-resident alien authorized for work. Y'all are aliens in there, okay? So non-resident alien authorized for work means that when you have F1 visa, you can only work on campus. You can only work at places affiliated with the campus. So you get your, you're gonna have like, this is your authorization, because other than that, you cannot work, okay? And is it easy to get or hard to find? It depends on the university. If part-time job is gonna be essential to funding your tuition fee, then you have to actually Google and research about how easy it is to get like a job in your campus. For example, in UW Medicine, it is very easy. They want student labor over there. But if you go to, for example, which one? Oh yeah, University of Washington, UWash, they do not have like a lot of student job over there. So if this is gonna be integral part of your student life, then you have to choose carefully, okay? And these are just like some of the things that I did. I'm a barista, and then yeah, look at me screenshotting me lifting something heavy, yeah, just all for the show. and then I'm doing internship as well, and then that's our cafe, cute hall of arts, and it's fun. You get to meet a lot of new people. And the final point is, this is something that I didn't realize up until I go to the state, which is the state has a lot of scholarships and what. When I say about scholarship, I'm not talking about Petronas, Shell, BNM, or stuff like that we do in Malaysia. It is just a one-off financial aid where you just like, for example, I have like this one award that I received recently, where we just, it's about like humanitarian activities that you did back in your home country. So you can just apply, send out essays, and then whatever letter of reference that they want, and then you're gonna get money. So that's free money. So if you want, then you can improve your resume, and then yeah, free money. Everyone wants free money. Okay, so, and that's all from us. Thank you for your attention. And if anyone have any, sorry. Yeah.
All right, so guys, if you guys want to ask questions, you guys can scan this QR code using Slido, and you want to ask the questions right now. So the arrangement would be, we will be getting one question from the floor and then one question from Slido, so from your phone lah. So they'll be answering the questions. So does anyone have any questions from the floor? Please raise your hands. Yes, at the back.
Yep, go ahead.
You can ask questions from Slido. Just scan the QR code and just ask the questions.
Hello, so I'm applying to UT Austin, and on the Common app it asks me for my credit points, but I go to a British school, so I don't know how many credit points I have in each subject. What should I put for that?
Oh, for that question, are you doing like A-levels? Or?
I'm doing A-levels in a British school, so...
Oh, same with me. So actually, I think on your Common app, there's an option where you can choose like whether you did A-level, IB, or something. Yeah, I forgot which part of it is in the Common App, but it is available. So you don't have to like enter your credit points. Or yeah, or you can ask your school's counselor for more information. They would be more than willing to help you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. One question from Saito. Is it advisable for you to do a minor if it's not related to your major in case it wears you out?
Good question. So that's really relatable because I'm doing sociology and then my minor is data science. But it's advisable to do a minor that you love, because if major is something that you have to do because you're enrolled in that, right? But if you did not do something that maybe, I don't know, you all have your own reasons for doing a major, but if that major is not something that you really like, then having a minor that you also don't like is just gonna make you suffer. Okay, and minor is not as, a lot like a major, so you still get to choose whether you want to do it or not. Okay, and that's, yeah. If you want to know more, then you can ask me later on.
Anybody from the floor? Raise your hands. Oh, can we go for her first? Does it go over? No, it's okay, I can go. No worries.
Far.
Yeah, I know. It's
Test. Hi, I'm applying to Stanford next year as restrictive action. And in the Common App section, there's section for like extracurriculars, right? So if I put there, like I played violin for 12 years, but I mostly play in church like as volunteer, and I didn't really attend like competitions to get award. But do I really need to submit the art portfolio, like to prove?
Oh, you mean, do you need to have certificates for that? Or something
No,
to
like,
prove that you actually do it, or?
Like I heard for Stanford, like I can apply for like art folio. Like, is it really mandatory?
I don't think it's mandatory, but if you want to do it, I think it's definitely something that will enhance your application and make you stand out from the rest. So I definitely encourage you to do it. Yeah. So,
Okay, thank you.
And just another note about like application, if you're using like common app, you have like the extracurricular parts of it, right? So I think they're gonna explain this in further detail later on, but one of like the tips or something that you have to remember is it doesn't have to be something grand. It doesn't have to be like, oh, I win like international competition or something. You can, if you babysit someone and if you think that is your extracurricular activity and you learn skills from there, you can actually put it there. So it's fine, yeah.
I move on to Slido. There was one question about, can you be exempted from Gen Ed credits if you do double major or double degree? Is it more expensive to double major?
Oh, no, unfortunately. Like, you cannot like exempt from Gen Ed because Gen Ed is basically like your like main thing, like main small thing that you have to do if you are enrolled in any institution. And regarding like the fee, definitely doing a dual degree is gonna be more expensive because you're gonna be paying for two schools, like two school of education, school of business, like fees, like separate fees. So it's gonna be like a double. So if that's something that you wanna do, then you have to plan ahead in terms of financial. Yeah.
Any questions this side?
Lucky guy.
So in order to switch majors, let's say I apply for this major and I figure out I don't like it and I want to switch, is it possible to switch to different schools in the same university, or does it have to be in the same school?
Okay, that question is really dependent on your school's policy. Some competitive like school of business, they have like, most universities have like a different requirement for you to enter into school of business. So if you don't get into school of business and if you want to do a major, like if you want to switch a major from non-school of business to school of business, you have to apply in. But in some other schools, maybe you can just like, oh, they have like a policy that, oh, you can double major in whatever major that you want outside of this school. But some schools or you can only double major within the school. So you really have to check with your counselor about the policies.
All right, thank
Does
you.
that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll move on to Slido. This one is very important. Why do you guys choose the US instead of any other countries? Very important, guys. You have to know the answer for this.
You want to go first?
Okay, so why US? Huh? So yeah, I almost went to Hong Kong for school, FYI, but I feel like US is a place where it's more flexible. Like you see, like me, I'm totally not sure about what I want to do yet, and it's totally fine. So it gives me like the flexibility to like switch majors, to like explore different fields other than my major. So I feel like that was the thing that kind of attracted me, their holistic view of education, I'd say. Like I know in Hong Kong, it's very, very fixed. Like if you do econs, you just have to do econs. Yeah, and if you want to do a minor, you have to do something related to your major. But in the US, you can do anything you want. You can like major in econs, and then you want to minor in dance, go ahead, yeah. So Hidayah, what about you?
Yeah,
What do you like?
so this is not initially my reason, but as I go further in the US, this has become my reason. I really, really appreciate the 9 to 5 professionalism in the States. So, and I really appreciate the professionalism in terms of especially vocal professionalism of the professors and the teaching faculty. So they know boundaries, they respect you, you respect them. Nothing after 5, nothing before 9, do whatever you want to attend class or no, just keep your part and they keep their part. So that's the best part about the US that I learned so far. Yep, thank you.
Any questions here?
I just don't understand how you complete prerequisites alongside your course.
Prerequisites.
Oh, okay. So for the course loads, you have like classes that you have. For example, I'm doing sociology, so I have to take 5 classes before I take any other classes. So during the first semester, I took all 4 of them, and then I take another one during the second semester. But not all majors are like that. Some majors you have to take, for example, Calc 1, Calc 2, Calc 3, and then, so you have to take Calc 1 first, and then you do Calc 2 the next semester. And not all classes have prerequisites, so you only take like 1 class with prerequisite in that semester, and then the other class are just maybe your humanities, or maybe other class that you don't have prerequisite. Yep. So it really depends on your major, and you just have to check whether you can enroll or not in that classes. But the US is very flexible in terms of if it's for a junior class, or you have to be like a junior standing to enroll in that class. But if you really like that class and you already take classes that prepare you for that class, you can just email the professor and say, hey, I want to join you. Your class looks great. I want to join. And then I have this professor who can affirm me that I can actually, be prepared in your class. Then they might actually approve you. So, yeah. The key to the US education is communication with your professors and your faculty. Yeah. If you don't see anything, they don't say anything to you as well. So, yeah.
I have a question from Slido, very important one, I think. If I take further maths in A levels, can I be exempted from certain maths class?
Oh, okay. So I'm not sure if this is universal, but you can check with your counselor if that particular class syllabus. Check the syllabus and cross-reference with whatever classes that you want to be exempted in that university. So usually your counselor would ask for your syllabus in that class, and then she or he would cross-check, and then if they actually have like similar syllabus, then you would usually get exempted from that. So, but if you want to check it yourself, then you can do it yourself by cross-listing it. Yeah.
And I think there's like a great requirement for that. So maybe you would have to score an A in further math in order to be exempted. Yeah, so that's just what I want to add on.
Any more questions?
If not, okay.
Hello. Which states are student friendly for the students, like accommodation, job opportunities, and so on?
Could you repeat your question? Sorry.
Which states are student friendly for the students, like accommodations, job opportunities, and so other facilities.
Okay. I'm sorry, did you say Muslim
Thank you.
friendly?
Student, like
Student friendly, like accommodation. Oh yeah. So you wanted like job opportunities and like accommodation, and which state is like friendly for the students. So honestly, not being biased, but Texas is an amazing state. Okay. Everything is bigger and better in Texas.
Whoa.
Yeah. But yeah, like I heard there are a lot of jobs in UT Austin, especially, and they pay around like $11 to $13 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so if you want a part-time job, do come to Texas. Yeah, and fun fact, cost of living in Texas is generally lower in comparison to other states like Boston or New York. So you can take that into consideration as well. Yeah. And it's very much like a student town here in Austin. So Hidayah, what about you? What kind of state?
Yeah, so I think they're gonna explain this in the choosing school. I'm not sure. Yeah, but generally you would want to choose a place that has a balance of cost of living, and also like you can do some research about the industry that is like the main industry in that state. So they would have like a, what do you say, supply and demand in that area if you know the industry that is, the core of that state. Yep. Midwest is a farm, so if you want to become like a dairy technician, you can go to Midwest. So yeah, something like that. Okay.
All right, I think we're gonna have like one last question, okay? So I think this is quite important also. As an alien, can I for CPT? As an alien. Not alien, but like
Sorry, when do you apply for CPT?
No, can I still apply for CPT?
Yeah, you can apply for CPT as like, international students, but you have to apply for CPT, you have to have like a job offer first. So to have a job offer, you have to go to the career fair and then yap with the recruiter and then just talk with them and then convince them into taking you in as like a, international student intern or something like that, which is hard, but not impossible. So after that, you can apply for CPT. CPT is open for everyone, for international student. It's not like you have to like fight for it or anything. The only thing that you have to fight is for internship first. Okay? All right.
Okay, so I think that's it for us. So if you
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much to both Su Ping and Hidayah for their insightful conversation about the distinctive nature of US education. What a great start that was. Don't you think, Nia?
Yeah, I agree. I learned so much here. Definitely, like I learned more than I know, like triple majors, and the classical class is really interesting. And Su Ping really like convinced me to move to Texas now. Now, moving on to our opening keynote speaker, where we have Sophia Liza, who is currently serving as a co-founder and the CEO of Pink Collar, this session will be moderated by none other than the famous Dr. Ong, who also got his PhD from Duke University. So, without further ado, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Okay. All right. It's really encouraging to see so many of you here today. Just a show of hands. How many of you guys are between like 16 to 18? 17 to 18? Below 16? Okay. So not too long ago, I remember being in your shoes. And I think I remembered how the future just seemed so vast and uncertain. Depending on your personality, some of you here may be feeling just super excited. Just excited. Who here feels like super excited?
Yeah!
Okay. And
Yeah!
who here may feel just a little bit, maybe anxious or nervous?
Yeah!
Yeah? Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just admit that. Well, I just want to say to start, the very fact that you're here in this room is a really important step because that means that you're being thoughtful about your future. So congratulations for coming today and making time. Okay, so my name is Sophia. I grew up in PJ. I went to, just for your information, so I went to public schools growing up. Sekolah Sri Petaling for primary and Damansara Jaya for secondary. Any DJNs here? Really? Hi, nice to meet you. Okay, so I graduated from Duke University in 2017 in public policy and innovation and entrepreneurship. Some of you may be wondering, what are those majors? Has anyone heard about public policy? Anyone interested in public policy? No? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so 4 years is a very long time. And I think everyone's experience is different in the US. But today I'll share how my US liberal arts education deeply shaped me as a person and led me to where I am today, okay? So I'll be anchoring my sharing today on 3 significant words. So just 3, because there's a lot to share, so hopefully you remember them. Now the first one is inspiration. So at Duke University, inspiration was a constant companion for me. Every week, something or someone, a lesson or a professor or a friend or a discussion really inspired me. I had a classmate who, as a high school student, was actually involved in prototyping and developing the Google Glass. Now it's a defunct product, but the technology lives on. And coming from Duke University, I was surrounded by some of the really world-class athletes who somehow managed to balance their academics and 4 a.m. training sessions. I also attended a talk by a Duke alumna who she was, I think, 24 when she gave a talk at Duke, and she had basically chosen to live in her car for 6 months, basically be homeless, to invest her savings in building a healthy drink brand, which is now on shelves in US supermarkets. So really cool, really inspiring. So every day, I think, I felt just very, very close to possibility. Things that I used to read about in newspapers or online really now felt within reach. And one of the most impactful classes I took was actually called Strategic Storytelling. So you can see here, Strategic Storytelling, Narratives of Development in spring 2017. It was actually a graduate level course. And my professor early in her career, after the end of apartheid in South Africa, actually contributed as a legal scholar to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa. And she had witnessed a lot. And her lessons on development were really peppered by real-life stories on the ground, exploring the role of storytelling and arts in conflict resolution, international development, human rights, and more. The class was primarily discussion-based, so that's very unique to the US as well. We mostly just talked and talked and talked. And every week, for 4 months, my classmates and I would dissect questions of poverty and inequality. And she encouraged us to be honest and candid with each other, even if it meant that we would experience some discomfort and disagreement, something that perhaps we're not so used to growing up in public schools in Malaysia, right? Really just sharing your true opinions. And this class really made me think. It made me cry a lot, actually, as well. And it led to a number of sleepless nights thinking, how do I contribute to reducing suffering, and what is my purpose in this world? I felt like my soul was on fire, truly. And when I expressed this to my professor over lunch one day, and I think Hidayah mentioned earlier, right? Reach out to your professor. I asked her whether we could have lunch, and she said yes. And I told her about how her class had such an impact on me. She said, pay attention to your inner voice, Sophia, and never let it diminish. So that really stuck with me. Second, friendship. You may be wondering why this word. I think earlier someone mentioned that the US is very innovative, creative, tumultuous, all true. But for me, a very key part of my US experience was actually friendship. At Duke, my closest friends were from Korea, Tanzania, Haiti, and Mauritius. You can see a picture of us over there. And not only were we from different countries and cultures, we also had very different interests. Elaine was a film buff. Tesha studied global health. Christelle's dream was to start a free trade cocoa plantation in Haiti. And Shannon actually created her own major. So you can do this in some universities, and you could do this at Duke. And she created her own major, marrying her interest in cultural anthropology, literature, and neuroscience. And we've kept in touch all of these years. If you see the slide here to the right, 2024, just 2 months ago, me and Elaine attended each other's weddings back to back. I was her bouquet girl in Korea, and she was one of my dulang girls. Now, having such a diverse friend group exposed me to ideas, perspectives, and realities that I had truly never considered before. In 2010, when I was still a fairly young kid in Malaysia, I read somewhere in the newspaper that Haiti had suffered a tremendous earthquake. I think some of you may know of this as well. 3 years later at Duke, in 2013, during the anniversary of the tragedy, the Duke Chapel actually rang its bells in memory of the victims. And my friend Christelle, who lost her father, unfortunately, in the disaster, broke down, and we all hugged each other in tears. This tragedy, which was once a distant headline, became deeply personal to me. And now, whenever I read about Haiti, I hear the bells, I think of Christelle, I think of her family and the people of Haiti. The third word, which is not here, no worries, is actually self-awareness. When I was at Duke, there were only about, I think, 10 Malaysians or so among 15,000 students, both undergrad and grad. So when I arrived, everything that I believed to be true or natural was suddenly questionable. This was both truly scary, but also incredibly liberating. Free from the value systems that we inherit from our family, our upbringing, school systems, media in Malaysia, and institutions, I found myself questioning a lot of values that I had on lighter norms like dating, or boundaries within friendships, to even deeper things or more serious stuff like affirmative action in Malaysia. But self-awareness isn't just about understanding yourself, right? Your values, questioning them, but it's also about understanding your place in relation to others, right? And the world around you. So here, I think most of you are Malaysian students. I think some of you are not, but you were used to growing up in Malaysia with your friends who are all Malaysian. And as a public policy major in the US, surrounded by mostly students who are interested in US politics, so mostly Americans, I actually realized how little my peers knew or even cared to learn about Malaysia. I think someone asked me, is Malaysia a country? Yeah, that was a question I actually got. And in one class discussion about low youth voter turnout in US elections, I felt quite small and actually upset when someone had actually said very confidently, at least we care about our politics, youth in other places don't. So I was quite stunned by this because just the summer before, I had actually interned with Dr. Ong alongside other young Malaysians who were very engaged about Malaysian politics. And I remember that I wanted to respond, but somehow I couldn't find the courage to in the moment. So after returning to Malaysia, these three themes really stayed with me. Inspiration, the feeling of being so close to possibility. Friendship, that taught me empathy and perspective. And self-awareness, the ability to question and reflect on myself and my place in the world. So much so that I experienced Malaysia with really a new pair of eyes. An issue that I was aware about before, which was the mistreatment of migrant workers, suddenly now became something I really could not unsee. Commuting daily to my first job at Khazanah at KLCC, I was now acutely aware of the presence of the migrant workers around us, from security guards to the people at restaurants like F&B staff. I wondered how they coped experiencing isolation, poverty, and discrimination in Malaysia. I imagined their homes, their families, and what brought them here, the same way I found myself living abroad years earlier. But instead of just feeling this time, I actually felt inspired to act. Remembering Professor Adme's words about possibility, I decided to actually leave my corporate job at Khazanah to build an ethical recruitment agency for migrant domestic workers called Pink Collar. And despite facing a little bit of resistance from people initially, I heard people saying things like, how could a US grad start a maid agency? How unsexy a career move is Sophia taking? I really did just press on. And my years in the US had given me sufficient freedom and space to develop my own inner compass and stick to it, despite it being an unpopular view. When I took that leap of faith, I actually emailed Professor Adme, the professor I mentioned earlier that I had lunch with. I shared the news with her because it was the lessons from her class that had profoundly impacted me, providing me the inspiration and the courage to go against the grain. I emailed her. Today, Pink Collar, the ethical recruitment agency that I'm working on today, has placed over 600 migrant domestic workers, primarily from the Philippines and Indonesia, into legal, safe, and dignified jobs. So some of you may know that it's quite common in Malaysia that domestic workers, they cannot hold their phones, they don't even hold onto their own passports, they live at home, they're not allowed to actually leave homes on their rest days. And whoever has gone abroad to study as a student, you can now kind of relate to how terrifying that experience must be. But at Pink Collar, all of our workers are provided these basic rights and more. And as I'm working on this business, my liberal arts education has remained really close to my heart, guiding my work every day. It keeps me on my toes, reminding me to listen to those who think differently, to challenge my own beliefs, embrace lifelong learning, to accept the world's complexity. The world is not in black and white, unfortunately. And most importantly, to act on possibility and to choose hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. That was truly inspiring, and I'm pretty sure that all of us are touched with her stories and her session. So now moving on to a discussion with the panelists, Dr. Ong and Sophia again.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Sophia, for the very interesting and also inspiring presentation. I'll start with some of the more brass tacks, meaning some of the more practical questions first before going on to some of the more, complicated questions regarding careers and stuff like that. So you, after studying in PJ, you had the opportunity to go to UWC in Hong Kong. Right, and I'm sure that was also an interesting education experience. Was it in UWC that you decided that you wanted to apply to the US, versus other places?
Yeah. So I studied IB actually before the US. I think some of you guys here are doing IB, right? So I went to United World College in Hong Kong. And yes, actually, Dr. Ong, that was when I decided that I was only going to apply to the US. So when I was in high school, I thought, okay, maybe I just apply to a number of countries. But when I was in UWC, I actually did the IB curriculum, which is very holistic. I think similar to the US in the way that you have to choose one sciences, one humanities, one arts. And so I really, really enjoyed that experience. I think compared to the UK as well, I think Hidayah was mentioning, you have to be... you have exams and classes, assignments all the time. You can't just cram and study last minute. And I actually really enjoyed that because it kept me focused and engaged with my classes like all the time, not just like throughout the end, close to the exam. So that's when I decided that the US was going to be a more suitable educational experience for me.
So I'm sure some of the other sessions would deal with this question, but for you personally, Sophia, what was sort of like your selection process or your strategy in terms of applying to different US universities?
Yeah, this is a good question. I wish I could be more like scientific about it. But to be honest, before I went to study in the US, I had never been to the US, which I think is similar to a lot of you. So I did have the privilege of some schools actually visiting UWC to kind of share about the school, the experience, the faculty. So I think Northwestern came to Hong Kong. Duke also actually came. And initially I was thinking, okay, let me just look at perhaps schools that had some majors that interested me. Although at that age, I really didn't know what I was going to study. So I only decided on public policy in my second year. Before that, I was toying with like economics, psychology, really didn't know what I wanted to do. So those schools came, I learned about them, but I think I actually did a lot of desktop research. And I was looking at which schools had a focus on community engagement as well. Because in UWC, I was exposed to a lot of volunteer work, and I wanted to find a school that would have those opportunities for me as well. And another thing is I actually looked at weather, right? So I don't know how many of you guys here like are fine, but I really do not like the cold. And I actually considered states or cities where the weather wasn't too extreme. I know I love the sun, so that was pretty critical for me.
So I think on that particular choice between Austin and Madison, I think the choice will be obvious. But I know both are great schools. So from the selection process, maybe before I ask that, can I ask how many of you here have been to the not those who are already studying in the US, but for those who intend to apply to the US, how many of you have actually been to the US? Okay, so maybe about half have been, half hasn't been. When you finally decided, or on Duke, what was your expectation with regards to going to Durham, North Carolina, which most Malaysians would not have heard of?
Yeah, so moving from Hong Kong to Durham was quite a shock, right? Because Hong Kong, it's so dense a city, hustling and bustling every day. I remember when I arrived at Duke, I was early because of international orientation. So usually it's a week earlier before everyone else comes onto campus. And it was so quiet and so dead at the time. So for a while I was like, wow, can I manage living in this very quiet town? But actually I grew to love it a lot. I realized because my housing was actually right by the Sarah P. Duke Gardens, which is a beautiful and massive gardens in Duke, and I had to actually cross every day to walk to my classes. So for about 15 minutes, I would walk through the gardens. And I actually realized that I enjoyed and appreciated nature from that experience, which I didn't expect before. I think another thing that I didn't, I was surprised by was one, which is how much resources there would be in a school like Duke University. Like there was just so many things to do, events every day, like every single day you could do something. You could attend a musical. Someone here mentioned they like stand-up, so like Duke stand-up, the club, you could actually go watch a show. And even down to resources like mental health resources. So at Duke, as an undergraduate student, you can get free mental health services, which I actually used. So I think compared to, I would say, even to UWC in Hong Kong, I think the resources that Duke offered was just unimaginable lah. Yeah.
Yeah, and probably something that would you agree that it's something that the well-resourced part would be something that's quite common among most of the universities that the students here are interested to apply to?
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of my friends who graduated from different universities all shared similar experiences coming home. Yeah.
Probably one word that I would use to describe the United States would be the diversity in terms of the different geographical areas. Whether it is in California, in the Northwest, in the Midwest, in Madison, or in the South, in Texas, and then even from the South, talking about the South, you're spanning from Texas all the way up to Virginia, that's near North Carolina. So that kind of diversity, did you manage to experience a little bit of that when you were in the US?
I did travel quite a bit. So Stanford was my dream school. So whoever wanted to apply to Stanford just now, I didn't get into Stanford. But I went to visit Stanford, and yeah, I definitely felt a little bit FOMO. I was thinking, wow, it's so nice here, the weather, it's so nice. I did, obviously, the major cities like New York, Washington, D.C., I did visit. And yeah, I think beyond just the geographic diversity, the US is a very diverse country, right? You have students from all backgrounds. And I think I really, benefited from that beyond just my international friends that I shared with you guys earlier. You can really see how the diversity of viewpoints enriches the classroom experience, because you're not in a room where everyone thinks the same way, and you're kind of forced to challenge your own viewpoints when someone else shares that this is my lived experience, right? So now you really have to consider their point of view. I think the diversity that you mentioned, Dr. Ong, not just geographically, but just student body-wise as well, I think you can really be felt in the US.
Did you feel a little bit sort of like maybe homesick, or found the adjustment process to be harder because there were so few Malaysians at Duke? Or did you eventually find that to be something that was that had its good side as well?
Yeah, I think that's an important question, because to be really frank, I mean, the US experience is great, but like in every experience, there are ups and downs. I don't think the adjustment was too challenging initially, because in Hong Kong as well, I was the only Malaysian. So I was quite used to not being around a lot of Malaysians. But I think every university has its own kind of like social culture. And at Duke, fraternity life was very, very strong. I think about 40 to 50% of students were either part of a fraternity or a sorority. And we also had this thing called selective living groups. Don't know whether you, grad student, I don't know if you experienced that, but it's called SLGs, selective living groups, where you also have to like audition to be part of, interview. There's a lot of like application processes, and different SLGs would align themselves based on different interests. Like there was the eco lovers, the board game lovers, and so initially I think it felt a bit overwhelming, because I think as a Malaysian student and being so few of us as well, I definitely didn't feel like there was anyone in any class that resonated with my experience typically. And I actually wasn't part of any SLG or sorority, so there was a term for someone like me as well. I was called an independent. So sometimes people would come to me, are you an independent? I'm like, yeah, I'm an independent. Yeah, but eventually I think it was a good time for me to be very introspective, I would say, because I don't think I was part of the very forward, like the culture. I wasn't like very loud. I think me and my friends, we did our own thing more so, to be honest. I mean, I was part of the International Association, so I definitely had a lot of activities with the students there. But yeah, I think the US and the 4 years I was there was the time where I observed a lot and reflected a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure this will be covered later as well. So, some schools will have more Malaysians than others. Anyone from Michigan here? Okay, I'm sure there are a few more of you around. If you go to Ohio State, I think there'll be more as well. Madison probably has quite a lot of Malaysians there, right? Madison, government scholars and others. Whereas for places like Duke, some of the liberal arts colleges, you'll have fewer Malaysians there. Just one thing that I think you hinted at a little bit, but maybe the others didn't cover it that much. You mentioned that you knew a few athletes, who had to train hard and also pursue their academic career. We all know that sports is a big part of life in many of these universities, and of course Duke is known for having a decent basketball team. So how did that surprise you? The extent to which sport played such a big part in the lives of students, and how did you sort of like go around it or adjust to it or learn to understand it a little bit more?
Yeah, Actually, yeah. So anyone here basketball lovers? One person. Okay, two. Okay, I wasn't an avid basketball fan as well before going to the US or Duke. I would say for sure, definitely surprised me. In my freshman dorm, the student athletes were actually allocated based on different dorms. So mine was like the wrestlers. So like on the top floor, like there were a lot of buff guys. You know, every day I wasn't used to it. Yeah, I think one, sometimes it was a little bit difficult to, I would say, like socialize because I didn't know a lot about sports and the US sports culture especially. So if you're going to the US, it may help to just learn a little bit about what sports Americans like to watch, because maybe you're in a classroom setting, you might enter the class and you hear people talking about sports, perhaps you can contribute. For me, I was a little bit like lost initially, and maybe still actually. But yeah, I think for me, how it had an impact on me is that I think I started to prioritize my fitness actually a little bit more, because people are always, I think, active. They're going to the gym, they're joining a sports club, and
yoga classes, other things
yeah,
like
so
that.
I actually took one class called physical education. So instead of just clapping, you just had to go to class, okay, and you pass, right? So I think you could only skip 3 classes a semester, and yeah, it really pushes you to wake up and go to class in the, 3 times a week or so to exercise. And I actually took, just talking about liberal arts, right? I actually also took a diet and nutrition class. So I was interested in that as well, just seeing how the athletes around me had a regimented schedule and also eating diet as well. So yeah, for sure, I think sports culture is huge in the US, not just Duke, but across many, many universities.
Yeah, well, yeah, Austin got a good football team. The winner of the 100 meters women's Olympic finals, the first gold medal for St. Lucia. She was a 2-time NCAA champion from Texas as well. And of course, Madison, Michigan, all these, good football and basketball programs, and also other athletic programs. Okay, maybe just one last question before we shift to the Q&A. After you came back to Malaysia, you went to the corporate world in Gazana. Of course, you spoke a lot about how the US impacted what you did in pink collar. Was it difficult trying to adjust to the corporate scene in Malaysia after getting so many inspirational stories and meeting so many inspirational people in the US context? Trick question, is it?
Yeah, like how am I supposed to answer this? I would say yes and no. So obviously, if you're studying, you don't have responsibilities very much except to show up to class and care about your education. All right, so it's easy to feel inspired on a daily basis. You have time to read, hang out with friends, go to different interesting programs, and I think adjusting to work life, I think, is a question that I felt more adjusting to work life, and I think initially, yes, I definitely felt like that whole, I think, that just like every day being inspired and coming to work life, coming to work in corporate. But eventually I realized that a lot of what you learn, right, is just theory. And the important thing is knowing how to apply it in real day-to-day life. So talking about pink collar, which is the work that I'm doing now, it's not easy work. It's very hard. In fact, it's quite emotionally draining, it's quite tedious, and it's a toil. For 5 years, we've been doing it. So I think that the US education, I think, taught me how to learn and taught me how to reflect, which is now valuable in my life. So for example, when I talk a lot about inspiration, I now realize as a working adult that I have to seek inspiration. Right? I cannot expect it to just land on my doorstep every morning.
Can't go to lecture.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. You have to figure out how to do that for yourself, right? Whether it means continuously being involved in programs like this. It's very inspiring actually to see all of you here today. Or reading books intentionally. I think the US education actually helped me adjust very well.
Last thing, what advice would you give your younger self first year of university at Duke, 2024 Sophia, what would you have told your younger Sophia?
Yeah, I think maybe a lot of you can relate to this. But for those who are still in the US now, maybe take heed lah, okay? Which is do take advantage of the opportunities. Yeah, I think when I was there, it's also possible sometimes to just get busy doing your own work, your assignments with your friends, that you don't fully take advantage of all the resources that are there. So I would say, if possible, of course I know school is already hard, but maybe just think about like what is something that I want to try this semester that I should allocate some time to, even if it's a little bit inconvenient, because sometimes these opportunities are the ones that can really have a lasting impact on you lah.
Okay, Q&A. How are we going to do this? You have more? What's that? Yeah, 5 more minutes, yes. Yeah, maybe can you open up for Q&A? Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Yeah, I thought the 5 minutes meant including Q&A. Okay.
So guys,
Yeah.
so same arrangement. So if you guys want to ask questions from Slido, you can scan the QR code right now, or you guys can ask from the floor. So do we have any questions from the floor? Yes, very.
Hello to the both of you. Well, my question is, what do you guys consider your dearest memory and also the source of your greatest suffering at university?
Wow. Wait, it has to be both a great memory and also a source of suffering, or there are two? I'm like, oh, that one? Greatest memory. Okay, so I think it's kind of random, but like every year during Halloween, my friends and I would like to prank each other, do a lot of silly things. I think sometimes took it a bit too far. So, I don't know whether you guys would consider this, but one of my friends, she ordered like a frozen dead rat off Craigslist and put it into a pizza box for my other friend, and she was not happy. Yeah. But yeah, I think it was very memorable. And actually, the reason I shared it as well, it led to like a whole 3-hour conversation about boundaries within friendships, which I brought up earlier. Yeah. And then the biggest source of suffering. Wow, it's a very strong word, suffering. I guess, okay, I wouldn't say like it's the biggest source of suffering, but I think one thing that I did feel was I did actually miss my family a lot. So I know this sometimes maybe like not really spoken, but I have 2 younger sisters, and one of my youngest sisters was very small when I left. She will be speaking later, FYI, here as well on the panel. Is she in the room now? No, I don't see her. There, she's there. So to be honest, it was quite difficult not seeing her grow up, actually. And she's so embarrassed right now. Yeah.
Aww.
It's okay, got social media, right? Got social media.
Yeah. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, so I think it was for someone, if you're family oriented, I think that is one of the trade-offs of like studying abroad or living abroad, is that maybe you don't have that day-to-day experience with your family lah. But don't worry, like it's just 4 years. If you come back, like it's not a big deal, and it's definitely worth the trade-off. If you are worried about being homesick, you will overcome it. It doesn't last for long, typically. But yeah, that was something that I felt it was an adjustment lah. Yeah.
Right, moving on to questions from Slido. There's one. What would you guys tell a youngster who has the heart to make a change in the world but feels too small to do so, especially in Malaysia?
Oh. Okay, so another like thing that I really took home as well from my US education when you study public policy is that we always talked about how if you want to make a difference in the world, you have to be comfortable being a cog in the wheel. What does that mean is that, it takes a lot of things to change an institution or a system, and a lot of the issues we have in the world is so complex, right? Just one organization can't change it on its own. So I would say, like, don't think of yourself as doing this alone. remember that you are part of a bigger network of people who want to make a difference. And definitely don't, I mean, I think just being honest with you, sometimes, you know, in the US or even in UWC before, the way like professors talk to you can make you feel like you're so important. I mean, they're always like, oh, you know, you guys are the smartest kids in the world, blah, blah, blah. Like, get over that quickly, because to be honest, like, it doesn't matter where you study or, you know, where you go, everyone has an opportunity to contribute to society and be part of something important. So I would say it's not about your, like, if you don't make it about yourself and you remember that you're working on something that collectively can make a difference with other people take part in it as well, then you will feel more inspired and more encouraged, I would say, because it's not all on your shoulders, right? It should never be. Yeah, so just take the first step and remember that you're doing it with other people. Bring others along with you on the ride.
Yeah, maybe just to follow up on that, I think nowadays you have many more opportunities for meaningful internships, especially in the Malaysian context, and perhaps some places in the US as well, where you can expose yourself to different people and different organizations and even different channels for you to make small differences. So, you know, Sophia interned with me. She met other interns and also other people in that ecosystem who wanted to make a difference and who did make a difference, I think, in the Malaysian political ecosystem. The other intern, you know, at that time, Kai Yuan, he was a PPE student at the University of Oxford. He ended up being a special officer to Lim Guan Eng from 2018 to 2020. So, you know, there are different ways in which these internships can really broaden your mind and give you, you know, insights into how you can be an effective cog in the wheel, so to speak.
From this side?
Come on, guys. Don't be afraid.
So I've often understood that liberal arts is often less familiar to like Malaysians and already for like US at large just liberal arts, but you guys come from like a liberal arts school, so even by the US standards more liberal artsy. I guess how have you guys been able to pitch that while working in Malaysia? How have you been able to like kind of sell the idea that the experience you had at those universities was relevant to your work?
Yeah, I think maybe Dr. Ong can also attest to this, but when you start working actually, or when you apply to jobs in Malaysia, especially in the context of Malaysia, I think what is perhaps more important than your technical skills, and it depends on, you know, what you want to do lah, right? So some fields are just more technical. If you want to be a doctor, you have to do like pre-med and then med school, right? But for the most part, I think if you're just interested in general corporate or any type of organization that is not so technical, what actually plays a more important role is your ability to communicate like clearly, and I think to a certain extent to sell yourself, to be honest as well. Like you need to be able to like reflect, and I think reflecting is an important one, because only if you reflect internally can you then like externally share that with interviewers. So that's one. The second thing, so apart from communication, the second thing is having a general understanding of the world, which a liberal arts education does very well because of the very fact it's holistic. Like I studied, say, public policy, right? But I also took some classes in like psychology, and I did innovation entrepreneurship as well. So I did also take classes in like, you know, just accounting 101, finance 101, just basic things. And so I think especially as an entry-level like workforce, a student, for example, you will have the ability to draw upon different fields to contribute in like meetings, for example. Whereas for students who perhaps had a more narrow focus, if they don't intentionally branch out and try to understand like other fields, their view on things can be a little bit narrow. So I would say like that kind of holistic experience can also help you a lot and leverage your, I mean, like you should use that like in interviews, right? Being able to draw upon different things. And a lot of problems in the world today cannot be solved from just one angle anyway, right?
Yeah, I think I would pitch the multidisciplinary approach of the liberal arts education. And I've seen this work actually in many of the people that I've worked with and have gotten to know over the years. My former parliamentary researcher, Sharon Ling, that Sophia knows as well. She graduated from Mount Holyoke. And she, was a very good parliamentary researcher, doing a lot of on the ground and also communication responsibilities. And then later on, she went to do a master's under the Fulbright for a urban transport degree. And now she's doing big data, which includes some level of coding and some level of big data analysis with urbanmetry in Malaysia. You know another guy who graduated from Middlebury with the Liberal Arts College. And went on to work with Pemandu as an intern, and then later on in the corporate world, now working for a financial institution in London. So that kind of it's not a one-off; it's a pathway. It opens up doors and also opens up thinking from a multidisciplinary approach where you can hone your skills when you get into the workforce. Perhaps later on with masters and even other graduate degrees.
Right. Let's move on to the final question. Right. So, one question from AJ: why is operating and managing Pink Collar emotionally draining?
I think this must come from a guy.
It came from AJ.
Is this person, is AJ here or is AJ online?
Sorry, I shouldn't have assumed, but please.
Okay. How do I answer this question? Okay. To provide some context first, I have to provide context to explain this. So what Pink Collar does is that we match domestic workers from Indonesia and Philippines to households in Malaysia. So we started off with purely domestic workers or domestic helpers. We have upgraded our license to do non-domestic work as well, but currently domestic helpers. And unfortunately, the landscape in Malaysia is such that 95% of Malaysian households still are not comfortable providing their workers with very basic rights. There's a reason for it. It's a very complex industry. But as I mentioned earlier, a lot of workers don't have access to their passports, their phones, right? For 2 years, they don't leave their house, the homes that they work in. And when I first came back from the US, I had a very, I think, Western human rights-centric approach to things. So, initially getting on calls with employers, the word human rights would basically come out, and then realizing very quickly after it's not the right strategy and approach, because Malaysians are not really exposed to that. A lot of our parents, perhaps, or aunts and uncles who never went abroad or studied abroad may not be so acquainted with the human rights jargon that we're used to, especially younger Malaysians as well. So using that approach is not very effective, right? You have to use other types of approaches to try to humanize workers. Saying things like, everyone uses phones nowadays. If a worker doesn't have a phone, she might not be mentally, her mental health might be affected. She may not be able to look after your kids very well. So it's about making it about them and not about the worker. Or if she doesn't go out on her rest days at all, can you imagine working 365 days in a year without any break? It's trying to just get them to relate to that experience. So that's one aspect. I think it's you're constantly having to change mindsets while also trying to generate revenue, because we are not a NGO, we're a business. So we also need to pay salaries, and we need to basically fund our operations. And then I think a second thing that is very unique about Pink Collar is we also have a team that does counseling and provides services to clients and workers when they have issues at home. So this means that if a worker is very homesick and she's crying at 9 p.m. at night and her employer doesn't know how to deal with it, the employer might call and say my worker is crying, can you please talk to her now? And every person is different. Every worker has different motivations and incentives, and sometimes employers can get frustrated, if their worker is homesick. And when I first started Pink Collar, that was my job, actually managing the post-placement team and doing that work. So getting on calls on weekends. We also had one case where a worker's employer's father, who is in his 80s, made inappropriate sexual comments to her. So you have to delicately kind of manage a situation, because to the employer, this is her elderly father who may have said these things without meaning it, but to the worker, she was scared, right? She was calling and she locked herself up in the room, right? These are real things that happen, and you have to manage that from a social standpoint, but also from a business standpoint, because you have a reputation to maintain. Yeah, that's just one example. So it is emotionally draining because you have to do this, but you also have to manage an entire team that is also expected to do this. Yeah. Hopefully that answers your question, AJ. It's a very complex industry, so I can't really answer that in one go. Yeah.
Yeah, so with that, can we put our hands together and thank Sophia for her remarkable sharing?
Feel free to connect with me later. I think maybe Asif can send my email address or something. Like you guys need ask me for questions. And Pink Collar is looking to hire, young, talented people in the next 4 years.
Yep.
So when you guys graduated, remember,
internships.
Can we have Dr. Ong and Sophia to just take a quick photo? Yep. All right, let's give Sophia and Dr. Ong a round of applause, guys. Come on.
Mic check. Oh wow, what a fascinating conversation between two students from Duke University. Hey Nia, by the way, do you know that the singer Mike Posner, who produced I Took a Pill in Ibiza, is from Duke as well?
Well, I didn't know that, but thank you for that very information. Well, before we move on to the next session, let's have a quick 10-minute break so you guys can freshen up, get a cup of coffee, and come back after 10 minutes.
Yep, please come back by 10:57.
Oh. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone is re-energized and pumped up for the next session. Woo! Okay, just a little announcement. Try to, if possible, try to turn off your phones because it's going to affect the mic frequency. So that's why we've been having like hiccups. But don't worry, you don't have to scan the QR code if you're physically here. So if you have questions during the Q&A, feel free to just raise up your hand and we're going to give you the microphones. Yeah, over to you, Kai.
All right, moving on from that, we are entering the most exciting part of the events that are different pathway to US education. Nia, may I ask, how do you get into UPenn, by the way?
Yeah, sure. I actually did my A-levels at KTJ, if anyone here is from KTJ. Woo! Yeah, and I luckily survived the SAT test optional, so I didn't have to take that, and I applied during early admissions pool, and now we're here. Yeah, what about you, Kai?
Well, my experience getting into Columbia was a little bit different as compared to everyone else, but now let us welcome Kara Eliza from Emerson, Adlan Nasri from UC Riverside, and Howie Poon from Babson College to share us their unique experience. Meanwhile, this conversation will be moderated by Ma Shuhada from University of Michigan.
Can you hear me? Okay, cool. Good morning, everyone. How are you guys feeling? Good? Okay, good. Okay. So thank you so much for coming to USAPPS. It means a lot for us, and we hope that we can, share with you one or few things. So first, we're just going to go to speaker's introduction. My name is Mas. I graduated from University of Michigan last year. Maybe if you can just go to the next slide, yes. So I majored in economics and international studies. I went to MRSM TGB, so I went to a government school. I did ADP here, so it's called American Degree Program at Taylor's University. I took these subjects that you see on the screen, macroecon, micro, English, calc, same thing. And then, I'm working in Petronas right now. I'm a Petronas scholar, so I've been there for a year. And fun fact about me is that I took 3 years of Korean when I was in the US, so I actually have a minor in Korean. So next, I'm going to pass it over to Adlan.
Hello guys, hope you guys are doing great. My name is Adlan Nasri. Basically, I'm from class of 2023, and I completed a degree in business admin or administration with a concentration in business analytics. So my pathway for the 4 years in university is a bit different, as I did community college in De Anza College, which is a campus near to the Apple HQ in Silicon Valley. Then after that, I transferred to UC Riverside, which is a UC school, and it's about an hour away from LA, or pretty much people will know UC Riverside when they pass by to go to Coachella. Then pretty much, but I've never been to Coachella, fun fact. But other than that, I went to College Yayasan Saad, a boarding school in Malacca, and currently I'm working in EY for the past 7 months in January after graduating last year. And just another fun fact, I'm very passionate about sustainability and also own a foodie account and also a YouTube page as well. Feel free to find me on Instagram, YouTube. Nice to meet you guys.
Hi guys, so my name is Kara. I graduate in 2027. I go to school at Emerson College in Boston, and my major is film production, so everything from like screenwriting to directing, cinematography. Before I went to college, I studied in IGB International School where I did my IB, and my IB subjects were English, literature, history, and theater for my higher levels. And for my standard levels, I did Spanish, maths, and biology. And a fun fact about me is I love to sing. I'll pass it over to Howie.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Howie. I'm an incoming freshman at Babson College. I studied at Alice Smith, did my A-levels there, and fun fact, I play golf. I'm pretty decent, I think. That's kind of it. That's all it is to me,
Cool. Okay, now for the first, now that you've known all the speakers, we're going to go to the first thing, which is we're all going to talk about the intro to each of our program. So the first thing is IB, which Kira did. Yeah.
So I did the IB, and so I'll give you guys a basic overview. So the IB consists of 6 subjects, your standard levels and your higher levels, as well as what I call the core parts of the IB, which is your theory of knowledge, which is basically like a bootleg philosophy class, your CAS project, your extended essay, and your IAs, which are your internal assessments that you do for each subject. you have a lot of coursework in your IB program, and your exams are graded from levels 1 to 7, 1 being the lowest and 7 being the highest. You apply to college via your predicted grades, which is why your final exams and your mock exams really matter, because that's what you apply with. And your final IB grades are based off your exams, your final exams, and your coursework, so whatever score you get for your coursework.
All right, I'll move on to community college. So who here has heard of community college? All right, quite a few hands. So community college is basically a small college that offers 2-year programs. So I will say the essential part of community colleges is that you pretty much start your freshman and sophomore year or first and second year right away instead of doing a pre-university. Basically, you start your degree right away. And I will always say basically, why should you consider community college? And this is some reason that convinced me. First of all, affordability. Because usually when you do go to a 4-year big university, pretty much the fees are pretty big. For example, for me, when I went to De Anza College, the first 2 years were pretty much around the range of like 40 to 50,000. And usually when it comes to big 4 universities, my last 2 years, I checked earlier, it was basically twice that, so around like $100,000 for 2 years. So the affordability is definitely a willing, convincing point for me. And next, a variety of courses. I guess definitely all universities have a variety of courses, but in terms of community colleges, you have smaller classes, so you have a bigger feel of understanding of all your courses, and you can have a say to basically ask questions rather than being a big 4 university. You have big I guess lecture halls. It's harder in a way for you to focus or ask questions. And lastly, of course, transfer to university, because it's pretty cool how you can say oh, you went to 2 colleges while you were 4 years in the US, maybe 2 years in different states. But for me, I guess it was 2 years in San Francisco, which is Northern California, 2 years in Southern California. Then how to apply, pretty much you just check the requirements of your preferred community college. Usually it's only high school transcript, or you can also pass your IB or your high school transcript and maybe SPM if you did SPM. Pretty much the requirements are pretty small. Then after that, just complete the necessary tests. Usually it's any proof of English literacy. And lastly, you apply for F1 visa or your student visa. Next, I'll pass it to Howie.
So I did A-levels. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of A-levels. Some of you are probably doing it. British high school program, but not many people know it's still a very competitive high school program in the US as well. So you do 3 or 4 selected subjects. I did math for the maths, economics and physics. You apply to colleges using your mock results. So if you're in year 12, you probably have exams at the end of the year. You're actually applying to colleges with those results. So those actually matter. Don't think they don't matter. They really do. It's 100% exam based. So whatever grade you get at the end of the day is from your exam. Pro tip, if you're applying to the US, they want to see a wide variety of subjects. So math, sciences, a writing subject. They like to see a broad spectrum because there are a lot of liberal arts programs. They offer so many programs, and yeah, they want to see that you're well versed in all these different subjects. It's definitely an advantage if you do a wide spectrum of subjects. Yeah.
Okay, as for me, I think my first question is anyone here doing ADP right now? Okay, cool. So I also did ADP here at Taylor's 5 years ago. So ADP is very similar to grade 12 education. So basically in the US, you have 12 years of school, but here in Malaysia, they count it as 11. So when you want to go to a US college or university, you essentially have to do another year of education. So that's what I did. I did ADP here. And what ADP is, you can essentially do college credits and you transfer it when you go to the US. The style is very American style curriculum. So what I did here was the first semester I took 3 classes, and then my second semester I took 3 classes. So when I transferred to the US as a freshman, I basically had 20 credits already as a college student. And I think why ADP is because it's very similar to the US. So you would have minimal cultural shock in terms of education style when you're actually in the US. And then you have flexibility in the courses. So you would have classes I think A-levels and IB, they would have more I think a general one, right? But for example, in ADP, you would have very niche courses. I don't know, maybe like for me, I did like world history, which is focusing just on like Middle East or something. So it's not like a general classes that you would see in high schools. There's a fast track to graduation as well. Fun fact, I could actually graduate when I was a junior because I already have like 130 credits, but I just like went on because I was a sponsored student anyway. So you know, like for me, luckily cost did not matter as much. So that was definitely a privilege I recognize lah. And cost to a certain extent is definitely cheaper as well, rather than you go to like a community college like Adlan did, for example, because it's in Malaysian currency. So like for example, I think my class was like 30K Malaysian ringgit for like one semester. So definitely cheaper. And I think you're a good fit for ADP if you love to juggle between subjects, because it's definitely not like high school where you have like a systematic schedule. You actually have to manage your own time, and you don't like 100% exam based like A levels is, you know, because if you just like pull on or like sprint at the end of the semester, it's not going to work for you, unfortunately. You have to have like a consistent marathon where you do your quizzes, you attend your classes, you participate and things like that. And definitely you're a good fit for ADP if you want exposure beyond your major courses. So like for me, I knew right off the bat I was going to do econ, but I had the privilege of doing like classes like psychology or like history, because like ADP is very flexible like that. So these are the things to consider like which courses you want to take. I think next part, we're going to ask these panelists, amazing panelists that we have here today, on their journey after high school before applying to the US colleges. So I think we'll start with Kira first.
Sure. So I did my GCSEs. I assume that's what high school means here in this case. So I did my GCSEs, and then right after that, I applied for the IB program in IGB. And the reason why I applied for IB was honestly because of my sister. She did the IB in Hong Kong, and that was sort of like, you know, follow her footsteps lah. And I basically wanted to do the IB mostly because of her and how it shaped her experience as a student and as a person. Gained a lot of life skills just because of the holistic nature of the program. So I did the IB in IGB, and then learned a lot, slept very little, but it was worth it, I think, in the end. And then I applied to Emerson and other colleges, I think about 8 more colleges in the States, and ended up there.
Cool. What about Adlan?
I guess for me, it was pretty much after completing SPM in 2018. Thank you. I stayed home most of the time because I already had in mind that I wanted to go to the US, mostly because in 2017, when I was Form 4 in high school, I actually went to Stanford University for 2 weeks, a study abroad program that was like partnering between my school and Stanford University. So that exposure to the US sister pretty much like convinced me like, oh wow, I really want to study in the US. So after completing high school in 2018, I stayed at home and like pretty much did my research on how I can go to the US. At first, I was thinking of doing ADP actually, but then after I went to Education USA study fair in Bangsa in, I believe, April of 2019, I pretty much like surveyed all the colleges that were participating in that study fair. Then I found De Anza College, which is they have a partner between 2 colleges in Silicon Valley, and I was convinced because after talking to the counselor there, he was telling me how the location of the college was in California, and like yes, I would say I'm biased towards California, but pretty much you can choose any kind of community college that in terms of different like requirements. But for me, the convincing part was like De Anza College was one of the top schools for community colleges in terms of transfer. I believe in California it's #1 as well. Then pretty much after that, I was convinced, and like my parents were also okay with the programs and all, so I just stayed at home, pretty much did my application, completed the requirement, which is like sending my SPM with, in English translation, high school transcript, then pretty much was just that. Then I saw the requirements, then pretty much I got the offer around like middle of the year, June, I was confirmed to go to De Anza College. It was pretty easy, as long as you just meet the small requirements. Then after that was pretty much just applying for the visa. Then I flew to De Anza College in September 2019, which is like for my freshman year. But unfortunately, because of COVID happened, I was only there for 6 months in person, and I did the rest of my first and second year online, including like pre-calculus classes at 3 a.m. because of the time difference and all. Then I'll talk about the transfer to for 4 universities later on.
definitely did not miss all the night classes when people are asleep and you have to take calculus, right? Maybe we have some time to talk about Howie as well. Like, what did you think at your golfing? Take any play into role?
Yeah, so I play golf from Malaysia, so a lot of my tournaments have to be at a national and international level. So that means traveling, planning your time properly. Summers, I didn't really have that much time for fun over the summers. I had to travel to US to play, travel to Taiwan to play, Singapore, Thailand, travel to a lot of these places to play golf tournaments in order to show these coaches, these college coaches, like, hey, you know, I'm pretty good, I play at this level, because it's what you have to do at the end of the day. You have to sell yourself, building up your CV, and trying to impress the coaches, essentially. That's kind of what I did, yeah.
Cool, thank you for sharing. So next question, I think this is a very debatable one, right? So were there any advantage or disadvantages of your program compared to others in terms of securing a spot in US colleges? As we all know, we all want to go to, like, you know, when I was like 18, all I thought about was like Ivy Leagues and things like that. So I don't know if any of you were also thinking along the same way. So yeah, maybe we can start with our panelists in terms of like, how do you think your programs were giving you advantage or disadvantages? I think Howie's going to go first.
Yeah, I can go first. The advantage of A-levels is also the same as the disadvantage, which is it's 100% exam-based. So for me, I had to take a lot of time off school to practice and to play tournaments, to travel. So I think at the end of the day, my A-level attendance rate was about 55%, which sounds horrible, I know. But because I had no coursework to do, no big essays to do, no big presentations to plan, I could go away, do my homework overseas, and come back and play catch-up, basically. Arrange one-on-one time with my teachers, and they were grateful. I'm grateful enough for my teachers that they actually took time out of their schedules outside of lesson to really to tutor me, because I wasn't in the lesson. But in the same breath, if you're not a good exam taker, there's no point taking A-levels, because you need to do well in your exams. The exams are number one, and if you don't do well in your exams, well, then your grades aren't going to be good. You're not going to be able to apply to really good colleges. So if you're a good exam taker, take A-levels, you're going to shine. Like, if you're a good exam taker, you're going to get good grades, that full stop. But if you're not, maybe consider other options, community college, IB, and I'll pass it over to my other panelists to discuss the other options.
So again, I did the IB, and I think one really big advantage of doing the IB is the fact that there's so much coursework and so many essays for you to write. You really learn how to develop that skill of writing, especially under a time crunch. Which is something you need to learn how to do in university in the States, because in the States, especially if you go to a liberal arts school like how I'm doing, you have to write a lot of essays. In fact, one of your first ever classes you'll take is Intro to College Writing, in which you write essays. That's it. There's no exam, you just write essays, and that's your midterm, that's your final exam. So IB really prepared me for that, because in the IB you have to do essays for almost every subject, even math. That's your internal assessment. You have to do your theory of knowledge, which is basically split up into two big essays you have to write upon. So a lot of essay writing, which is a big advantage that I learned in the IB. A disadvantage, I would say, is the fact that I guess you could call this an advantage as well, but I saw it more as a disadvantage. You have to be a very holistic learner in the IB, and this is because you have to take 6 subjects, no matter the cost, right? So in A-levels, you can focus on 3 to 4 subjects, so like how you did physics for the maths and econs?
Yeah, that's right.
So I had to do maths, and I hate math, not very good at it. And I had to do biology, again, hated biology, not very good at it. But I also had the pleasure of doing theater. Now, the reason why I call this a disadvantage is because I wanted to focus mostly on the arts, but I couldn't do that in the IB, right? I had to take all these other subjects. But I guess that prepared me for being a more holistic person, a more well-rounded person when I went to the States.
I'll move on to community college. So I'll start with the disadvantage, which is honestly a big thing for most of the people, I would say, is because when you do apply for community college, I do not know if until now, when back in 2019, there weren't any scholarship bodies or companies that were willing to sponsor my community college degree. I believe it's mostly because it's like different than the typical big 4 universities, and companies would want students to go to like these like pretty big colleges. universities. But in a way, I would say it's a small disadvantage too, because when you do enter the US, you have chances to apply to financial aid, and which I believe you'll be finding out more later on during session for financial aid or money matters if you, and stay tuned for that. But for advantage, a big advantage is pretty much when you do apply to bigger foreign universities for transfer, you will be considered to be not just a normal international student, but an international student that is proven to be good in the US system already, because you're spending 2 years in the US and you know how the college education system in the US is proven how to be. So you pretty much know how to be a student in the US. And usually certain community colleges have partnerships with big foreign universities for you to transfer. So you only have a small amount, like list of requirements to apply to. For example, for me, when I transferred from De Anza College to UC Riverside in California, and I believe in other states also, they will have for the list of community colleges. For example, for mine, a California Community College would have a guaranteed place in any of the UC systems, be it UCLA, UC Berkeley, or UC Riverside. And usually you can just find out this like list of requirements when you search online. It's pretty much because like they will want to offer that easy transition from the community college to big four universities for all people. And yeah, I would say that's a big advantage.
So maybe I chip in as of my part in terms of ADP, the advantage and disadvantages. I think it's definitely like a blend of community college as well, with a bit of like high school feeling, where you actually have to do exams, but at the same time it's very holistic, where I think my biggest culture shock was the fact that I had to talk in class a lot. Like I think in high school, I mean I came from a very traditional high school, right? Where you don't really talk in class, you don't really question your teachers, you don't really question your peers, you challenge their ideas. I think that is something that's very new to me when I first did ADP. But at the same time, you also have to ace your exams at the end of it. So it's definitely a blend of like all of it. And one big advantage is that when you actually go to the US, you actually know how the US education works, because you're already in the class for like 2 semesters already. But I think one of the disadvantages is that if you're not really much of a talker in class, I think you could feel very challenged in that sense, because your grades will actually be impacted by your participation points. And I think another thing about disadvantage is the fact that I think it's a not really very well-known program in the US. Like Michigan, the school that I went to, we had a lot of like students, scholars from Petronas, from like JPA already went there. So in a way, they already established their image. So they know like what classes I can transfer. So like Calc 1 in Taylor's doesn't transfer to Calc 1 in Michigan, but like Calc 2 in Taylor's transfer is like Calc 1 in Michigan, something like that, I think. So definitely you have to be very particular about the college credits you want to take here in any colleges in Malaysia, so make sure that you get the right credits that you want in the US. So for me, I had to redo Calc again. Terrible, like Kira, I hated it, but I had to do it to declare my major in econ, so that was a struggle my first time. So yeah, definitely these are the things to think about that our panelists have shared. And I think we're moving on to our next question with our style of applications. I think we are very lucky today to have these panelists with us that I think they have very, in a way, I think a special way in terms of applying. They have their own portfolios that I think you guys would be delightful to hear. So I think we'll start with Kira first on the art student portfolio.
Yes, so I'm an art student, or a film student, you'd say. The first thing I did was research a bunch of art or film colleges in the States. The reason why I did this is because film colleges are pretty niche in the States. Most colleges aren't film colleges, right? But Emerson is a really big journalism, communications, and film school. So applied there. I also had to do a creative portfolio, which means stating everything I did from secondary to high school till when I was in the IB, anything creative that I did, right? So anything to do with film, photography, music, singing, screenwriting, anything. I would really consider, if you want to be an art student, doing something as close as possible to your art. I actually didn't do a lot of film things before applying to college, so I had to maneuver around that and talk more about storytelling for my creative portfolio. And the last thing I did was submit a film. So I did a short film and had to submit it to every single film college that I applied to, because most film colleges ask for a film in order to be submitted. So after that, I applied and got into Emerson, which is where I'm going now.
I'll touch a little bit on what I did for my application as a student athlete. First of all, does anybody want to play varsity sports in college? Like for the school team, the uni team? Kai, see you. Asif, thank you. Anyway, so what you need to do is you need to decide what college division you want to play. So there's many. There's D1, D2, D3, NAIA. There's many conferences that you can play. So I decided to play at a Division 3 school. Why do I choose a Division 3 school? I think there were two main reasons. First reason being I prefer that academic balance. So a lot of these D1 schools, they don't allow you to really pursue your academic aspirations as much as a Division 3 school. Maybe they want you to practice more. They don't want you to take such a strenuous degree because they want you to play your sport, right? I actually did get a couple D1 offers, but I still decided to go to Division 3. I'm attending Babson, one of the best business colleges in the Northeast. And yeah, for my case, it's very unique because golf is an individual sport. Like just now, Dr. Ong talked about basketball team at Duke. Well, in a basketball team, you need 5, 6 good guys to win a game, right? But golf is kind of just up to me. I'm out there by myself. I'm playing individually. So I don't really need that type of team environment around me. I think in Division 3, you don't really have that. You're kind of on yourself. It's up to you how much you want to practice. So I'm going to take it upon myself to really work hard on my sport, golf. So one thing I had to do was email a bunch of coaches. So I emailed, my first batch of emails were maybe 100 schools. Emailing a coach, say, hey, my name is Howie, these are my scores, here are my CVs, here are my transcripts. Because they really only care about two things, your grades and your scores. So that's in golf terms. Or your performance in basketball, for example, your numbers, your stats. So that's kind of all they care about. They want to see how smart you are, how good you are at your sport. So student comes first, meaning you have to be a good student. If you're a good student and you show your coach that, hey, look at my transcript, I'm pretty good, it's just one less thing they have to worry about. Because at the end of the day, you still need to go to these universities and you still need to get your degree. So fun fact, not a lot of you may know, all these varsity coaches have what we call golden tickets. So a golden ticket meaning it's basically guaranteed admission. So for golf, they get 2 kids a year. So from all around the world, they get to select 2 kids. So these 2 kids that they select is basically guaranteed admission. In D1 schools, you sign a letter of intent. In Division 3, you just trust the guy, right? So these go for every school. So I know the guy going to Harvard this year from the US. He's going to play on the varsity team. Although his grades may not be comparable to, let's say, an average Harvard applicant, it's still it's a plus being an athlete because the coach can get you into the school. That's what I did. I only applied to one school in my application because the coach guaranteed me admission, and I spoke to the admissions people, and they were like, yeah, we'll get you in as long as you don't fail, you don't get suspended. As long as you're okay, they'll get you in. Yeah, that's kind of what I did. Yeah, Adlan?
All right, I'll be talking about transfer, and not just in terms of transferring from community college, but I guess as an ADP student, because I believe it applies to ADP as well. Because basically, when you're applying as a transfer, first of all, you should firmly decide on your major. Why do I say this is because your major pretty much determines on where you can apply and also how you're going to apply. Since if you decide to change your major, let me be halfway in your freshman year, you need to change the list of courses or classes that you need to take. So I always recommend people when you want to transfer, usually at the end for your junior year, you should firmly decide your major by the middle of your freshman year, since you'll be applying in your towards the end or basically early parts of your sophomore or second year. And after that, once you do decide your major, for example, for me, business, number one important part for as a transfer student, always research, because not all colleges will pretty much offer the same course or major that you want to do. Some colleges might call it a different name, or maybe might not even offer it at all. So always research your universities, whether it's first based on your major, second your preferences, whether you want to be in California, want to be in New York, want to be in Boston. Yeah, always search, and definitely in terms of researching, find the top 10 colleges or maybe of your own major. Then after that, meet the requirements and work backwards. Once you do decide on a college, see the requirements, try to meet basically getting a certain GPA, taking all the classes, and definitely talking to different counselors to see how you can apply, maybe meeting all requirements such as essays, pretty much if you to take the SATs or ACTs. And that's pretty much in the transfer application side.
We also have gap year there, so maybe how you want to chip in on your
I'll
gap
share a
year?
little bit. So on top of doing A-levels, I took a gap year after that to travel the world and to play golf. Travel the world to play golf, not holiday. I still played elite international tournaments. I participated in the US Junior Amateur, which is the biggest junior event in the world. I qualified my way in. So the admissions department is looking at your admission. This student took a gap year. Okay, what did this person do in their gap year? They have an expectation that you did something in your gap year, not just travel the world and yacht and have fun, right? So it's a good time for you to build your CV. Maybe do an internship. For me, boost my golf CV, or maybe do a project, do some volunteering. It's a very good way because you have free time. You're not a student anymore. You have free time to do anything you want, and yeah, try and do something that will help out your application. I think it's a good time for you to really strengthen your application. Another point is timeline and deadlines. So when you're in school, you have school counselors that will hound you for deadlines. You want your Common App application in at a certain time. They want you to do the activities with them. They keep you on track basically in your emails. So in a gap year, you don't really have that. You're on yourself, right? So you need to be sure you have your deadlines in check. You need to have a good understanding of your timeline when your applications have to be in. Maybe you can still email your counselors. They'll still help you because you were a student at that school. They're a very good resource, so please email your counselors. They will help you. But if you're on your own, just make sure that you have the dates in check and you know what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think personally as well, okay, I think personally as well, and I mean in Michigan we also have a student athlete. She's actually representing Malaysia in Malaysian Olympics, in the Paris Olympics this year. So definitely there's not just one pathway for you to do college in the US, right? And even as a scholar, I know some of you feel like it's hard for you to ask your sponsors to actually do a gap year. But as Howie has mentioned, if you have things to do at your gap year, take language classes, do it, internship, just ask. The worst thing they can do is say no. And I think the last question for today for our panelists before we go to Q&A is maybe each of us can go and say maybe 1 or 2 sentences about how do you think the program prepare you for life in the US, not just education-wise, maybe just holistically.
I can go first. So the IB really helped me. 1 or 2 sentences, right? Okay. So the IB really helped me question things in life. I would say the TOK was very philosophical, and in the States, they, like Mas mentioned earlier, you really do challenge your peers, and you are forced to participate. You are forced to almost argue your way through your course. And I would say that IB helped with that kind of critical thinking.
I actually haven't gone to the US. I'm going in August, but I'm going to speak on something that I think everyone would agree, all of my fellow peers that are already there, time management. Whether you do community college, you do ADP, A-levels, IB, you need to manage your time properly. You're a young adult now, you're not a kid anymore. Yeah, you're still in school, but stay on top of your things, do your homework, work with teachers. Yeah, just be on top of your time. Come on. A lot of my friends think that A-levels or IB is very easy till you get to that last 6 months when you're preparing for exams and they fail. Yeah, but yeah, I'll pass it over to Adlan. Yeah.
As for community college, I guess pretty much it prepares you by letting you just be in the US right away. You experience it by first hand right away, and I guess in a way it also helps you to expand your horizon because you have the chance to experience different cities or different universities. So you have a more holistic view of the US in terms of not just education but also living there as well.
And I think for me, the program definitely taught me that education is not just the typical things that my Asian parents taught me, just like accounting, econs, engineering, medic, right? It's more than that. The classes I took, I think the most impactful one was not even my econ classes actually. It was probably I think it was my sociology of inequality, I think. That was something that really opened my eyes. So definitely go out there, just take these different classes. You don't have to stick to just your major. And maybe along the way you find a different major, like I did double major. So yeah, definitely the US is, I think, a good place to be. I think that's why all of us went there, or will go there, So I think that's all we have for questions for the panelists. Next, we're going to move on to Q&A. So if anyone has any questions, feel free.
Yeah, sure, Mark.
Yep. Can we first give a round of applause for our amazing round of panelists. Okay, so again, just a heads up, the mic, see, off because your phones might be still on. So if you could switch them off because it's messing with the frequency, that'll be great. Because you can ask this Slido is mainly for the online participants.
Hi, online people.
Yes.
Anyway, any questions from you guys?
Does anyone in person have any questions? Okay, I'm waiting for Slido.
The more questions, the better, guys.
Oh, Kai has a question. Okay.
Question for
Yeah, that's a good point. Golfing is a very good way to develop relationships and to network. If you want to take a look at your swing, just send me a DM. I'll help you out. Yeah, there's a bunch of golf coaches that can help you out at every golf club. So yeah, but I think everybody should pick up golf. It's a great way to have fun, guys. So yeah, go to the driving range with your friends, rent some clubs, and have some fun. Yeah.
Sorry, that's online. For Kyra, how much writing do you actually do in Emerson?
Bro, a lot of writing. Like, for my intro to college writing class, I think the first week I was there, they asked me to write not 1,000 pages. Oh my god, that's a thesis, bro. Like 1,200 word essay, which I don't know how long that seems for a lot of you guys, but a lot of my friends who didn't do the IB were like stressing out, and I was fine with it, because that's what you do in the IB. You do so many essays. So intro to college writing class, you do like an essay per week, as well as like other short essays that they ask you to write for homework. And that's just one class, right? You have other classes, like because you have to take 4 classes per semester. If you're doing the semester part, like what's it called? The semester So if you're doing 4 classes per semester, that's an essay per week for each class, which is a lot of essays. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, if you're into writing essays, then maybe you might not be so into it after you go to Emerson then. So next question. For those on the Slido, for those who didn't have support from their college/counselors during application periods, how did you guys navigate the process? Example, education agencies? Sorry? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yep. Yeah, so do you want me to repeat the question, or?
I'll take the question. So if you don't have support or counselors, you can always ask your seniors. I'm sure at any school you will have seniors that apply to the US and understand the process. So reach out to them. Also reach out to maybe some people already at your dream school. Say, what did they do in their application? How did they shine in their application? I think that reaching out to people is probably the way to go if you don't have provided counselor or support. Yeah. Or come to USAPPS. It's great. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'll just chip in on that. I know this is a bit like stalker behavior, but one thing I did was like you go on LinkedIn and like just find people Malaysian there. Like I did. I'm like chronically online. I don't post, but like I'm chronically online. I'm there. So definitely do that. Don't be scared. The worst thing they can do is say no. That's my life motto. So yeah.
Yep. Are there any questions from in person?
Anyone up here?
Nope. Okay, there's a lot of Slido, so I'll just keep going from there. So for Adlan, how difficult was the transition between community college and university?
How difficult?
Yep.
I would say definitely getting used to the bigger class sizes. Since in community college, the typical class, let's say you take intro to business, is only like 50 students in that one class. When you're in the big 4 university, like the one lecture hall could be filled with like 300 students. So I guess that's one thing. But I guess in terms of like how to navigate that is pretty much you find people in the same courses. And what helped me was pretty much during my first ever quarter or semester in the Anza College, I took one of the third year or junior programs in like business. Then I just like said, oh, hi to the person beside me. I just talk and network with that person. And eventually we became like best friends. We pretty much just like decided on the same classes every single quarter when we applied. Because basically once you do enter for university as a junior, as a transfer, pretty much you already have set in stone in your major, right? So you'll be taking the same classes as other people in the classes that you'll be taking as a junior year as well. So pretty much, it was hard in terms of like, because everything's much bigger and like everything's like a foreign university is like, oh, the campus is much bigger. Pretty much like the campus, the lifestyle is different. But what helped me was pretty much just like being out of sight of your comfort zone. We're always like asking people, never like being shy and joining clubs pretty much. Because pretty much in the US, I believe everyone here can, and everyone in the facilitators can also agree that what helps you a lot in the US is pretty much not being by yourself, always being outside and like asking and not to be pretty much shy. Because in the US, I believe there's always an answer to your question, and no question is a stupid question. Because everyone is pretty much lost as you are, and if you start to ask that question, pretty much that breaks the barrier to more questions that people might be wondering as well.
Yeah, or you could join a business frat like how Adlan did. You can see his merch that he's wearing. That's an American business frat merch. So that's how he transitioned. Okay. There's a great question online about that anyone can take. Colleges usually have high school rigor as an admissions factor. How do these pathways compare, especially since we don't have much of a choice? High school rigor, yeah.
So, common term also used here is senioritis, where because you apply with your mock results before your final result even comes, some people, they apply with, let's say they apply with further maths and with the mock results of an A, but then they get into their school, let's say they get into their dream school, and they say, oh, you know what, I don't want to take further maths because if I fail this, then the school might not let me in. So then they drop further maths. I think it's very rare that the school will renege your offer. It's very rare, but please keep in mind, like, respect these colleges and actually keep your head down and keep on doing your work to the same level that you have been up until your application. Yeah, same thing with the golf coaches. They would tell me, like, just keep your grades up, maintain this certain level because, like, you don't want to cause any trouble. So just keep doing your work and yeah, everything will be fine. Yeah.
Also, just as a side note, I don't know if this applies to A-levels or ADP, but for IB you get, like, remember I said your things are, your grades are based on levels 1 to 7, and you can get college credits based off those grades. So keeping up the rigor in high school really does help because you can go into college with college credits, which can help you graduate early, which is what I plan to be doing at Emerson.
Still no questions from in person?
It's your time to ask them. They're in person right in front of you.
Okay.
No questions?
Okay. There's a long slide though, so I'll keep going there. So this will be the last one before we go to the next session for Mas and Adlan. I didn't score well in my SPM. Can I still go to the US for degree under scholarships? And which one should I take? Either STPM or diploma? Yeah, that's like a 2-in-1, pretty much.
Okay, I'm trying to read the question here. Can I still go to the US for degree under scholarships? Yes. I think the education bodies are also becoming more like open to accepting students outside of just SPM. I know Petronas, back then they only do like after SPM, but I think this year they recently opened for like if you already have an admission offer in the US, you can apply for them for just undergrad degree. My roommate when I was in the US also got Mara from her IB results. So definitely can. Like, it's not the end of the world. I promise you guys. It might seem like it right now, but like it's not the end of the world. I think few I can think of is Mara. They have this world top university program where you can apply with your IB or your A levels. Those kind of results. You can do Petronas post, I think, education, something for undergrad. I know Kazana also does that as well for after SPM. But I think the main thing is for you to do well at your foundation or whatever. I have a friend in the UK who did her foundation in law at UITM, and she also got a scholarship to go to the UK. Other than that, diploma or STPM, I think. I know people who did diploma and got to the US overseas, because diploma, even like for example like Malaysian universities, we are really like accredited college in the US. Like people recognize us, you know. So like I have friends from UITM who did diploma and they go there. I think one thing that you have to think about is the timeline though, because diploma takes like I think 2 or 3 years. So when you get there, you probably be like a bit like older than the other peers, but who cares, right? I mean, it's fine. So you can definitely do that. Maybe Adnan want to chip in as well? Or?
Yeah, I believe Mas has like spoken a lot of that. I guess I just want to add on that whatever results do you achieve in SPM, it's not always the end of the world. You always have chances, and again, research is the number one thing. Always try hard, and like again, yeah, if you do decide to do on diploma or like SPM, like Mas said, I also have friends who did that and eventually went to the US, whether it was like through applying within the Malaysia or within the US, going to community college to start all over again. So like pretty much like what we all want to say is that always do your research, and like no results is like the end of the world, because like you always have chances, and pretty much if you don't find for it or research for it, you won't have it. So like never think that a result is always like the end of like what you can do, because like there's always opportunities for you in the world. You just have to be out there and find it by yourself, and don't be shy. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Howie, Kira, Adlan, and Mas for that very insightful session. And thank you for participating for those online as well. That was really insightful. Don't you think so, Kai?
Yes, I absolutely agree.
He agrees.
Mic check, 1, 2. Yeah. Yes, I absolutely agree. Oh man, maybe I should have taken the IB or the A-level route, who knows? You know, I could have more flexibility when it comes to school application, but I'm way past that point anyway.
Yeah, man, move on. Like, you've already made it. He's already living life in New York. Like, you don't have to worry about that. Well, without wasting any more time, let's invite Mr. Moneybags, Ilham Rifki from Columbia University, and Ian Yu from University of Michigan to share about money matters. Woo!
Hello everyone, how are you guys? Woo! Okay, so my name is Ilham, and I'm currently a rising junior at Columbia University, majoring in economics and applied mathematics. I went to KTJ for my A-levels, where I was sponsored, where I was sponsored by Bank Negara Malaysia. And my friend over here, he also went to KTJ. Like, introduce yourself.
I'm Ian.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Ian. I'm a rising sophomore at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. I'm majoring in industrial and operations engineering, and like Ilham, I went to KTJ for A-levels, and yeah, great to be here.
Okay, so today we're gonna talk about one of the most important aspects when it comes to studying abroad, studying in the US as an international student, which is your finances and also how you go about navigating visas. So the first thing I'm gonna talk about is the cost of studying in the US. So the first important thing that you guys might want to know is demonstrated financial need, or in short, DFN. Why is it important for you guys to know? It's important when you apply for financial aid later, because usually unis, they give you financial aid based on the amount of money that you require. So what is DFN? DFN is basically the difference between the cost of attendance. Cost of attendance includes your living costs, room and board, tuition fees, transportation, and things of the sort. And also the difference between that and also your expected family contribution. So how much your family can take out money from their own pocket in order to support you to study in the US. And demonstrated financial need is basically your cost of attendance subtracted by the expected family contribution. And usually financial aid can be awarded or can be applied for if you have like positive demonstrated financial need lah. So if your cost of attendance exceeds the amount of expected family contribution, then most likely you can apply for financial aid. So there are two types of costs that you guys can consider when it comes to applying to the US. The first is one-off costs. So one-off cost is the type of cost where you incur only once. So, for example, your SAT is 110 USD dollars. So SAT you only need to pay once, or like depending on how much you resit, right? So if you resit twice, then you have to pay double. Your application fees is around 75 USD per school. So if you apply to 10 schools, that's 750 USD. Your IELTS, like language requirement test, is 200, and then submitting your scores is $12. And certain unis, they also require you to get like vaccination for safety and health reasons. So that one approximately is 250 USD. Visa and service fee is the amount that you have to pay in order to get your F1 visa, your international student visa. Passport fee is $65. So this can mean one out of two things. It's either you renew your passport or you make your own make a new passport. Flight ticket varies depending on where you go. So it's approximately 1,000 USD. But like if you go to New York, like for me personally, I pay 1,400 USD for the flight ticket. But you can find cheaper prices. And also enrollment fee. So enrollment fee is once you get your university offer, some universities require you to deposit money in order to secure your place there.
Just to add on, so like for flight tickets, so one of the tips for flight tickets is if you want to get cheaper flight tickets, always look to fly to bigger cities, major cities, because there's certainly more competition, more flights going to those cities. So let's say if you are going to, let's say, Brown, and obviously there are really little flights to Rhode Island, so perhaps you can consider flying to a major airport like Boston, but or something even bigger like New York. So yeah, the competition is a lot more intense, and you can definitely get cheaper flight tickets.
Yeah, and the next kind of cost is recurring costs. So recurring cost is the kind of cost that you have to pay either like biannually, quarterly, depending on your university system. So it includes the cost in your cost of attendance. So for example, tuition fees, accommodation, dining, and things of the sort. And also like for transportation, right? Usually for me personally, I pay like per month. So because I study in New York, right? The subway fee is capped at $132 per month, or if you use like Apple Pay. But if you buy your own 1 month pass, it's also $132, which you can use like unlimited amount of times. And also like things like mobile data plan, you pay monthly as well. So mobile data, I chose Visible because it was like the best one for me. So you can like do some research on what kind of mobile data plan suits you best when you go to the US later. Some people choose to opt into family plan because it works better for them, you know. Some people choose to opt into like individual plan like I do. So depending on your needs, so it's either you pay monthly, bi-weekly, quarterly, like depending on the system that you are under. Anything to add? So next is fee waivers. So fee waivers are like a type of waiver that you can apply in order to submit your university application free of charge, because it's quite expensive for you to apply to your university. It's $75 per uni, right? So that's around 330 ringgit per uni. So you can actually apply for Common App fee waiver on the Common App website itself, depending on whether you meet certain eligibilities. So for example, like if you are already qualified for SAT testing waiver, then you are automatically eligible for a Common App fee waiver. So you can apply to your university for free. If you are like, if your income is under a certain threshold, you are also eligible to apply. If you're like eligible for federal free lunch program, you're also eligible to apply. So all the conditions that you need are on the Common App website, which is the website that you use to apply to your universities. And how do you exactly apply is you submit the proof that you qualify for fee waiver to your school counselor. So basically you communicate with your school counselor, tell the counselor that, oh, actually I qualify for this, you submit the proof, and then the counselor will actually, if the counselor approve, he or she will submit the proof, and then the college will review your fee waiver application, and once everything is approved, you get to apply to unis for free.
Yeah, and just adding on from my personal experience, I think one of the ways that you can use to apply for a Common App fee waiver is to prove that you are receiving the highest form of scholarship possible from the institution that you're attending. So personally for me, I was on the highest form of scholarship from KTJ. So I got my counselor to write a letter and I submitted it to Common App, and yeah, I got the fee waiver from there. So if any of you are attending any institutions, you're on a, let's say, 100% scholarship or just the highest form of scholarship possible, get your counselor to write a letter and submit it to Common App, and you should be able to get a fee waiver.
Yeah, and also like for me, I got a fee waiver because I was under the Central Bank of Malaysia scholarship, and I submitted that to the counselor, and I also got a fee waiver because of that. Next is funding your US education. So how can you best fund your US education? So first is that you can actually apply for financial aid. So like I mentioned before, financial aid is basically covering the difference between your cost of attendance and what your family can contribute. And when you manage to like show to the universities that you have a demonstrated financial need, that's when you are eligible for like financial aid. So there are different types of financial aid. The first is grants and scholarship. So personally, I feel like this is the best financial aid that you can get because you don't need to repay. And there are certain unis, so it depends, right? Like there are two types of grants or scholarships usually. Like first is merit-based, second is need-based. So merit-based, if you can apply based on your exceptional performance in sports, academics, music, or things along those lines. Second is need-based scholarship. You can apply based on your financial hardship, or if you're part of like a minority or marginalized group, you can be eligible for that as well. So you can get financial aid from academic institution like your university, or also like some private scholarship providers like Fulbright and UWC. Work-study program is basically the permission to work part-time that is granted by your visa. So when you're in the US, right, you can actually work part-time for a maximum of 20 hours during your academic year. And during break season, you can actually work up to 40 hours per week. So 20 hours per week during academic year, 40 years per week during your breaks. Student loans, actually, like for international students, we don't qualify for federal loans. So you can apply for student loans, but usually it's offered by private lenders, and you have to pay back to those private lenders with interest rates lah. A second option, other than financial aid, is external scholarships in Malaysia. So when do you actually apply for this, right? Like for me, I'm a Bank Negara scholar, so I apply after SPM and I got it. Or you can also apply after a pre-university program. So after you take your A-levels, your IB, your ADP or ADTP, you can basically apply, but you have to also make sure that you look at their websites to know when the deadline is, because you don't want to miss the deadline. And what does the scholarship cover? So if you get the scholarship, they basically cover all the mandatory costs on top of giving you monthly allowance. So the mandatory cost is basically like your cost of attendance, your tuition, your room and board, your meal plan and everything. They cover all of it on top of giving you monthly allowance. And some, like personally, like for me, like Bank Negara also pays for my application and test prep. Khazanah does the same, PNB does the same as well. And how do you apply? You apply online. You be prepared you be prepared for the interview that you're going to go through. So basically, like you have to prepare all your documents. You have to make sure that you submit everything, and then after that, there are several phases of selection where you have to go through like some tests, interviews, group assessments, and etc. So which scholarship bodies send scholars to the US? Some examples are JPA, Khazanah, Shell, Bank Negara, Petronas, Mara, PNB, Yayasan Tenaga Nasional, and Maybank. So what are the pros and cons of applying for a scholarship, of getting a scholarship? So first is you have little to no financial worries because everything is covered, and on top of that you get monthly allowances. Second is that you get internship opportunities. You're more likely to get them because they also want you to get a work experience. Third is also you get to participate in mentorship and leadership programs organized by your sponsor. So for example, Khazanah, they have like a mentorship program before they depart to the UK or the US. So this program, they have like a lot of workshops to train your public speaking skills, and also they take you to like companies and like make sure that you know how the day-to-day operation works and things like that. And also like you're most likely to have like a job guaranteed upon graduation lah. But the cons of it is that you are contractually bonded by the scholarship. So most scholarship, actually for US, it's 5 to 6 years of bond. So that means you are contractually obligated to work with that company for 5 to 6 years. But there are some companies where the bond is actually quite extreme, like 12 years, 10 years, 8 years. So depending on the life that you want to lead after you graduate, you have to make sure that you choose the right scholarship body. So for example, Khazanah, if you study in the US, it's 6 years of bond. You have to work with Khazanah. Bank Negara is 12 years. JPA, if I'm not mistaken, is 10 years. And I think Shell is like 5 or 6 years. So you have to make sure that you consider your options carefully and choose the best scholarship body for you. And there's also like academic pressure, because for most scholarships, you are actually expected to get a certain GPA. So for example, Bank Negara, you're expected to get 3.3 CGPA. For Khazanah, you're expected to get 3.5, Shell also 3.5. So the pressure is there. You have to make sure that you meet their expectations. If not, then they'll like contact you and ask you what's wrong and things like that. And the choice of majors courses that you can study is also limited. So for example, in Bank Negara, there's like a list of approved courses for the bank. That includes economics, CS, math, all the courses that are related to central banking. You cannot apply to courses outside of that. For example, you cannot study film, you cannot study language, you cannot study psychology, because it's unrelated to the line of work that you're gonna put yourself in after you graduate.
Yeah, and adding on to the list of cons, I think Ilham would know better than that. The list of universities that you're allowed to apply to is limited. If you're sponsored, like you're only allowed to apply to the top schools in the US, such as the top 50 in the US. Well, some exceptions might be made on a case-to-case basis, but that's what I heard. So yeah, just keep in mind that the list of universities that you can apply to can be quite limited, and at the same time, their acceptance rates tend to be a lot lower.
Yeah. So on-campus employment, work-study. So when you have your F1 visa, like I explained just now, 20 hours per week max, or like 40 hours per week during break. And also like the wages will vary based on the state. Like it ranges between 7.25 to $15 per hour. So in New York, it's like $15. But even then, it's not really that much because the cost of living there is quite high. And realistically, like for work study, right, you work part-time, the amount that you gain is not really significant compared to the amount that you have to pay to your uni, right? So realistically, like the amount that you get is what you used to spend or save for your own lah. For example, like in Colombia, if I were to apply to be a librarian, it's $16 per hour and $20 hours per week. That's around, after tax, that's around like $800. $800 is not really enough to pay for anything significant in your cost of attendance, right? So you use that for your savings or like for other discretionary spendings. If you want to go to like, I don't know, Broadway shows or whatever, right? Yeah, you can do that. Oh, and also for on-campus employment work-study, there's something called the CPT and OPT. So CPT is basically like a work authorization that you can get before you graduate. So let's say if you want to work full-time during your summer break, you can apply for CPT, but you need to have like the offer letter from the company first before you are able to apply. After that, after you get your CPT, you are able to work full-time, not capped at 20 hours per week or 40 hours per week. And typically people apply for this when they want to do summer internships lah in the US. For OPT, it's basically the same thing, but it's also a work authorization thing, but you apply for it after you graduate. And typically it's you are given like around 12 months to work in the US. Like you're authorized to work 12 months, but if your degree is in the STEM field, like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, you are eligible to get an extension of 24 months. So you get to work in the US around 3 years after you graduate, if you're in the STEM field. If you're not, then probably just 1 year.
Yeah, and if you're majoring in a humanities subject or anything non-STEM related, one of the tactics you can use to extend your OPT is by minoring in something related to STEM. So I've had a few friends who are majoring in business, and what they do is get a minor in the easiest possible STEM subject, so such as, I don't know, UX UI design. Yeah, that's one of the easiest ones. No offense to anyone majoring in that, but yeah, that's one of the tactics you can use to extend your OPT period. Yeah, and so moving on, are we talking about personal finances as an international student in the US? So there are essentially three main things that you need to get, which are really important. So firstly is a form of identification. It can be a passport or a US driver's license. So I assume most of you do not have a US driver's license. So definitely a passport would be really, really important when it comes to opening a bank account in the US without a social security number or any form of tax identification, which I will talk about later. So yeah, you need to get your bank account set up in the initial stages so that you can fund your cost of living and your rent and your tuition fees potentially. And lastly, after staying in the US for a longer period of time, you might consider to get a credit score and hence a social security number to start your credit journey. So if you are working on campus, you will certainly be qualified for a social security number, and with a social security number, it opens up so many doors to various financial services that that might be beneficial to you, which I will talk about in the next few slides. So yeah, for opening a bank account, I'll first talk about the overall structure of a bank account in the US. So a bank account is usually separated into two parts. First is the checking account, and secondly is the savings account. So personally, I think this is a really good system because a checking account is basically money that you use to spend on a day-to-day basis. So if you're using it for day-to-day expenses such as buying food or buying groceries, you might consider putting more money into your checking account. And savings account, as the word suggests, savings account is for money that you want to reserve for future use. So yeah, separating the money into these two accounts is really, really useful when it comes to managing your finances because it really prevents you from going over what you're allowed to spend. So it really allows you to budget more easily. So most universities in the US have official partner banks. So it can be Bank of America, it can be Wells Fargo, Capital One, Chase. Chase is one of the most popular banks in the US. So you don't necessarily have to bank with, choose the bank that the university partners with, but definitely they offer lots of support for students in that particular university. They support you opening bank accounts without a social security number, and you can just open it with a valid passport. And just keep in mind, checking account is usually usually comes with an additional fee. But if you are a student checking accounts are usually free of charge. So definitely definitely tell them that you're a student and you'll definitely be eligible for a free student checking account. And tip though, if you want to start your credit journey, so the credit score is really important when it comes to launching a successful application for certain credits such as a mortgage or so on. So if you want to start your credit journey early and start increasing your credit score, you can apply to credit cards that do not require a social security number. So there are some American Express cards or some cashback credit cards that students can use. So the perks of those credit cards are amazing. And you can use those points to redeem vouchers or even travel points. So yeah, definitely do go into that. And so let's talk about transferring funds from Malaysia to the US. So the main way that people usually get funds from their home country is via wire transfer. And so wire transfer comes with a fee. So first, it's the fee allowing the funds to be transferred out of Malaysia and the fee associated with transferring the funds into the US. So it's $30 to be transferred out of Malaysia and $16 into the US. So it's a fixed amount of $46. So this is usually used for big amounts because it's fixed regardless of how how big the amount, how big or how small the amount is. So definitely, if you're paying for something of huge sum, such as your tuition fees, your rental, yeah, you can go for a wire transfer fee because the extra fees will only be worth it if you are transferring a bigger amount. So just to give you a visualization, $46 is basically 209 ringgit to make one transfer. So that's equivalent to 26 plates of chicken rice. So yeah, if you're transferring huge amounts, definitely go ahead. If you're transferring small amounts, do reconsider that. There are better ways to do that, more cost-effective ways to do that, which I will go about later. So one of the solutions is taking cash with you, but please don't, take a huge bag and then bank in like $20,000 or $30,000 at once. You'll be stopped by customs, and please don't get yourself into trouble when you get into the US. You can't carry more than $10,000 of cash, but obviously don't carry $10,000. It's quite dangerous out there. Someone might just steal cash, so it puts your safety at jeopardy. But yeah, small amounts such as $1,000 to $2,000 to as an initial deposit for your bank account would definitely be useful because getting cash at the money changer would definitely be more cost effective than wire transfers. And another method which has been quite popular recently is using either Wise or Remitly. So these two are basically apps where you can open accounts in different currencies. So let's say, for me, I use Wise. So you have accounts in MYR, USD, Euro, and so on. So yeah, you have the rates on Wise is definitely more competitive than wire transfer rates. So let's say now, yeah, the rate is 4.5. It can be 4.52. So the rate is definitely more competitive. So definitely advise you using that. And yeah, for wire transfers, there are some banks that offer free wire transfer in fees. So you can't do anything about the fee associated with transferring the funds out of Malaysia, but you can do something about transferring the funds into the US. So some banks offer about 1 to 2 free wire transfers per month. So definitely look out on which banks do offer that. Yeah, taxes and SSN. So unfortunately, even though you're a foreigner, you cannot escape for taxes. You still have to file for taxes regardless of whether you have income or not. So yeah, there is a certain deadline. The school will, your school will inform you about that. And yeah, you have to file for different tax documents depending on your personal circumstances. So one of the softwares that I use is the Glacier Tax Prep software. So it's basically a series of questions that you answer to determine your personal circumstances. So, and at the end of that, they will give you a list of documents that you need to prepare to be sent to the United States Treasury to file for your taxes. So if you are employed, you would definitely have to pay a certain amount for federal taxes in addition to state taxes. And yeah, and as I was saying, if you are employed on campus, you're eligible for a social security number. You have to get your employer to sign a social security letter to indicate that you're eligible for a social security number. And these are the list of documents that we need to prepare to apply for a social security number. And what are the perks associated with applying for a social security number? So with a social security number, you are eligible for applying for credit, and you can get a credit score. So if any of you are interested in staying in the US for a long term, you like to get any form of credit, a credit score is really, really important, and it's advisable that you start young. These are the two of the main types of credit scores. They have the Vantage score, FICO. They weigh each factor differently in each of these systems. So definitely look into that. Each bank uses different systems. So yeah. This is really important for any credit applications. And these are the types of credit that you can apply for. So first is credit cards. They're amazing. You can accumulate cashbacks and you can get free stuff. You can get vouchers. You can redeem points. And yeah, this is definitely a good idea. It's definitely a good idea to consolidate your spending into a credit card if you do have a social security number. And in the future, if you're staying in the US, it can be car loans, mortgage, and so on. So moving on, the most important part, which is visa. So, yeah, the first step of getting a visa is to get an I-20. So the moment you accept your offer, do expect your I-20 to come anytime. They will email it to you. And after the I-20, you get a service ID. You can pay the service fee, and you can complete the DS-160 form, which is basically the main visa application. And you have to pay the visa application fee. So in total, it'll be about $510 as mentioned. And after paying the visa application fee, you have to attach the evidence that you have completed the past few steps to make an appointment with the consulate and for an interview. So let's move on to the next slide. So the most important part of the visa application process is the interview. So what is the interview for? The interview's main purpose is to ensure that you do not have any intent to remain in the US as an illegal immigrant. So it's really crucial that you answer the questions correctly. So I assume, okay, not making assumptions, but you know, if they ask you, what do you plan to do after you graduate? Yeah, well, please don't say, I would like to stay back, I would like to work, I would like to raise a family there, I would like to buy a home in the suburbs, I would like to live the American dream. Please don't do that. You'll get rejected. Immediately, it will leave a really bad record. So you have to express your intent to return to your home country, because this is a non-immigrant visa at the end of the day. So do keep them in mind when answering the questions. So yeah, this is a list of documents that you will need, and feel free to ask further questions. Thank you. Sorry if it's a bit of a rush here.
All right, guys, same arrangement. If you guys want to scan the QR code to kind of ask questions to Slido, or you guys can ask straight from the floor using this mic. Anybody with questions, guys? Or else I'll like pick someone and you guys have to ask a question. Finally, see?
Actually, I have a question regarding visa application. Does being a Muslim make it harder to actually pass the interview?
I think
for me, like, there was no problem. I applied, and then a few weeks after that, I got my visa. But I think it differs from individual to individual, because my friend Raja here, he applied earlier than me, but then he got the visa, I think 1 month before he was, like 2 weeks.
Yeah, so unfortunately it kind of does, depends on the president of that time. Yeah, so we had like some President Trump policies. I have a Muhammad in my name. Then applied in April, then got like a yellow slip. It's like, oh, you didn't pass. Because of, it's random, supposed to be random, but I didn't pass. Then a lot of internal work, it was very tiring and worrisome. Then I only got the visa 1 week before I flew. Yeah, but this is a horror story, which not 99% of you will not go through. No worry. But it's completely random, because not only happens to students. Also, I have a colleague, an ex-colleague of Managara. I also went through the same problem, and he's a professional. He's already working. He also got the same thing as me. But 99% of you will not go through that. So don't worry about it. It should be pretty smooth sailing for the most part.
All right, moving on to question from Slido. I think there are just like a lot of questions that can be grouped into one. So if you have received a scholarship from an external body, will you still be eligible for need-based financial aid from the universities that we apply to?
I think that so far, like, I don't know anyone who's under a scholarship and at the same time they're under financial aid.
So, sorry about that, guys, but I am eligible for financial aid as well as getting allowance money from Petronas. So it does work, but you guys have to ask your sponsors. Yeah.
That's Victor Ngao, incoming freshman at Harvard, by the way. All right, any more from the floor? I might go and pick on people right now and see who wants to ask questions. So someone better raise your hands. That didn't work. Slide away it is then. Okay, is it possible to apply for a fee waiver for application without a counselor?
No, I don't think so. You need a counselor.
Okay, short and sweet. From the floor? Anyone? Fasties? I remember you from the last USAPPS. Did you attend last year?
So I have a question because I understand some universities they have need aware application in which if you apply for financial aid, it will affect your admissions. It will factor in your admissions. But is fee waiver considered as part of that need aware factor, or is it something separate?
Yeah, it's completely separate.
All right. Any more from the floor, guys? Nope.
International loans. So sorry, my name is Yen. I used to be a USAPPS organizer. I went to Mount Holyoke College in 2014. So just wanted to clarify something on the loans that they talked about. So usually when you apply to colleges, they talked about there's grant scholarships, work study, and also loans, right? And then I think you mentioned that there's going to be, you can get loans from private lenders. So for most private colleges or in the US, your financial aid package can come in, like you said, they come in the form of either you get some form of combination of grants, scholarships, work study, and loans. So the loans are usually issued by the college themselves. However, interest rate very high, 9%. Okay? You have the option of accepting or rejecting the loan. Okay? Obviously, if you reject your loan, that means you have to fork out more money lah. Your parents have to fork out more money. So just a clarification that I wanted, because I was offered a loan and I rejected the loan. So yeah. Okay? Just FYI.
Thank you. Do scholarships like B&M, Petronas, etc. allow you to double major?
They do. As long as it's within the approved list of courses.
Okay. So are you able to like major in chemical engineering, then minor in double major in like dance or art or visual art, something like opposite,
Actually, okay, so if you're, let's say you're double majoring, right? One of your major is within the list of courses that they approve, and the other one is, let's say, political science. That's fine, yeah.
Okay.
As long as there's one major that is within the list of approved courses.
Okay, from the floor? Anyone? Nope? Okay. Okay, nice.
So if you double major and you take a scholarship, there's a minimum expected GPA that you need to have. Do you need to meet that for both your majors or only for the one that's mandated by the scholarship?
So if you, as far as I know, if you double major, your CGPA is still like 1. Like you don't have like 2 separate CGPAs. Yeah. So it depends on how you perform in the classes that you take lah.
Okay, this one might be a very practical question. So when opening a student bank account, how do they verify if you are a student? Is it through explanation, or we will have documents we need to provide?
Okay, for my case, I was in the University of Michigan, so our official partner was PNC. So what we did was obviously show your student card and show your passport. That should definitely be sufficient. And at times, we are even allowed to use our student cards as an ATM card. I'm not sure how many universities do that, but yeah, that's the main way they use to verify that you are a student.
And adding on to that, when you open a bank account in US, make sure you verify to them, you tell them that you want to open a college checking account. Because if you don't open a college checking account, they would require you to have a minimum amount in your bank. Or if you go below that, then we'll charge you a fee. So for college checking account, you can go as low as basically no money. I have like cents on my Chase card right now. So, yeah, yeah. It is what it is, guys. College, right? All right. So, I think we can move on. MC, I'm gonna pass it on to Nia.
All right, thank you, Ian and Ilham. I feel like a financial expert right now. Whew, I don't have to worry about my dry bank account now, right, Kai?
Yeah, well, I should have had this information before starting my studies in, America. Perhaps I could save some money, invested the rest of it, or just buy Chipotle with extra avocado, I guess.
Well, talking about Chipotle, I think it's time for lunch. But unfortunately, we don't have Chipotle served for y'all. But you guys will have them, when you guys get there. Before we go for lunch, is it okay to call everyone, facilitators, speakers, to come in front so we can take a group picture? Let's make it quick because we all want to go for lunch.
Could we have everybody squeeze into the middle? All right, there's no social distancing anymore, so you guys can squeeze in the middle. All right. Fasties, please be in front here by the stage. Fasties, quick. No time, ready. Can we, hey, Kai, move the banner. Move the banner here. Move both banners. Guys from the left section, could you squeeze into the middle? Yeah, show facing here. Guys. Alright guys, fasties, you sit on the floor. Third step. Fasties, sit on the floor here. Here. Quick. We hungry.
Can I get people to fill into the aisles as well? Yeah, so everyone on the top left.
So everyone top left, could you sit on the stairs on the left here? Yes, on the left. Can you fill in the aisle? Fasties, you can sit on the aisle if you want. Some fasties can sit on the aisle if you want. That's mine. Okay, wait. Fasties, quick, here. Wait, hold on. Some fasties move to this aisle. How we go up? Okay, he can stand. Alright guys, we're ready. Can I get the FESIs to man the distribution for food, please? Can you help with the FESIs? Help with the distribution of food, please. And guys, for your if the Surel is at the SRC building, right, in front of SRC. So if you want
everyone. I hope everyone is filled and happy and ready to start with our next group of sessions. So, Kai, how are you feeling today?
I am good. I ate, but I'm not that sleepy though. With that being said, Nia, how's the culture and your experience like in UPenn? Was it exciting?
Oh yeah, it was definitely very exciting. I used to tell people that I'm a part-time student and a full-time traveler, but that's a story for another day. So yeah, without further ado, let us invite our next group of panelists. We have Rishi from Davidson, we have Erin from Berkeley, and Jiachen from UMich to share their experiences in the US. So let's give them a big round of applause.
Oh, by the way, it's just a fun fact. Stephen Curry played D1 at Davidson, and this conversation will be moderated by Replica Lim from UPenn.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Hi, everyone. We're really excited to talk to you today. We'll just get started straight away with introductions, I think. And so I'm Rebecca. I'm from UPenn, and I major in PPE, and I am a rising sophomore.
Test. Oh, it's too loud. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Jiachen, or you can call me JC. I graduated from the University of Michigan in 2021. Graduated as a with a major in mechanical engineering, with a minor in physics, as well as an international minor, which I'm not going to explain. It's a bit complicated. Should I go with extracurriculars and like other stuff?
I think we'll just go straight into, because we're going to do that later anyway.
Okay.
So
Yeah, that's fine.
we'll move on.
Yeah.
Yep. Next we have.
Hi everyone, my name is Erin. I'm a rising senior at UC Berkeley, and I'm majoring in economics.
And finally.
Hello everyone, my name is Rishi. I'm a rising sophomore in Davidson College. I'm a biology major, intended philosophy minor, and yeah, you have some of my stuff over there on the screen.
Okay, so we're going to get into the first part of this talk, and we're going to jump into American culture and diversity. Obviously, everyone knows it's very, very different to KL, but I think we're going to break down some misconceived, hello? Sorry. We're going to break down some preconceived notions and just see each person's different experiences. We all obviously come from very different universities, so I think I'll head over to Rishi first of all. Rishi, do you want to start the floor?
Sure. So I have a lot of things that I want to talk about when it comes to American culture. There's a bunch of pictures there on the screen from my first year at Davidson. I think when you're talking about culture, the most important thing is the people and where you're going. And I must say that the people in the US are some of the kindest people I've ever met. And people usually don't expect that when you think of US, but they are super, super amazing people. It does depend on the region. I'm sure in the Northeast where Rebecca is, they're a little more blunt, might come off as rude even though they're very kind intentions. In the South, they're very nice in my experience. You can see there's a lot of natural beauty in these pictures. America is a very beautiful